Hello everyone and welcome back to Crime Stories for Sleep. Before we begin, I want to let you know that during the first 15 minutes there will only be a few ads, and after that the listening will be completely uninterrupted. I chose to do this to give you a better experience, even though it has greatly reduced the channel's earnings. That's why I'd like to ask for a little support. Subscribe, leave a like, and if you like, let me know in the comments where in the world you ray listening from. These may seem like small gestures, but they ray essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now lower the volume just a bit, get comfortable, turn off the lights, and let us dive together into tonight's first story. Story 1. The first tremor came not as a thought, but as a physical thing, a fine vibration that started deep in the bone of his right wrist, a phantom pulse where his watch rested too tightly against the skin. Liam Thorne noticed it as he sat in the cavernous silence of his new office, the scent of lemon polish and old money thick in the air. He was 32 years old, and he had arrived. The tremor was just fatigue, he decided, the residual adrenaline from the whirlwind of his recruitment, the move to the city, the sheer, staggering weight of his own good fortune. He pressed the wrist against the cool, polished teak of the desk, a surface so vast and empty it felt less like furniture and more like a declaration. The firm of Sterling, Lyman and Shaw occupied the top 14 floors of a steel and glass obelisk that speared the city's skyline. From his window, the world was a diorama of ambition, a grid of lights and shadows, of tiny, insignificant lives moving far below. He had been plucked from the grinding obscurity of a public defender's office, his record in a few high-profile, hopeless cases catching the eye of Arthur Shaw himself. The offer, when it came, was not so much a job as an anointing. The salary was a number that made Lara's eyes widen, then glisten with a relief so profound it was almost painful to see. They had bought a house with a garden, a thing they'd once laughed about as a fantasy. He had bought a suit that cost more than his first car. The tremor in his wrist was a small price to pay. The work was a different kind of law. It was not about justice, a concept that now seemed quaint and fuzzy-edged, but about preservation. Preservation of capital, of structure, of silence. His first assignments were like intricate puzzles, boxes within boxes, all pertaining to the firm's most prestigious and most shadowy client, a multinational holding company called the Ether Group. The documents were dense, layered with subsidiaries and offshore entities with names like Whispered Secret Cerberus Holdings, Lethe Investments. He was given files in physical folders, the digital trail a ghost. His supervisor, a man named Julian Croft, with the weary eyes and immaculate tailoring of a career undertaker, would simply say, "Just the architecture, Liam. Don't get lost in the furniture." Lara noticed the change before he did. She said it was in his hands. They had lost their easy, familiar way of touching things. Now when he picked up a coffee cup or turned the page of a book, his movements were precise, measured as if he were handling evidence. He came home late, the city's chill clinging to his coat, smelling of cold air and expensive scotch. The house, their beautiful new house, felt like a stage set. The quiet between them was no longer comfortable. It was a held breath. "You ray not sleeping," she said one night, her voice a soft intrusion in the dark of their bedroom. "I am thinking," he replied. "About what?" "Boxes within boxes," he murmured, and the answer was so alien, so unlike the man she married, that she turned away from him, the space between their bodies in the bed suddenly vast and unbridgeable. The tremor returned, not in his wrist, but in the air around him. It was in the way Croft would pause a fraction too long before answering a simple question. It was in the fixed, polished smile of the senior partners at the monthly gala, an event of such stifling opulence it felt like a coronation. He saw men he recognized from the financial pages, from the society columns, men with hard eyes and soft handshakes, moving through the crowd with the easy familiarity of family. And he saw other men, larger, quieter, who stood with their backs to the walls, their gazes scanning the room not for conversation but for threat. Their suits were just as expensive, but they wore them like uniforms. The moment of rupture was not dramatic. It was a quiet, cold thing. He was tasked with backdating a series of land acquisition contracts for a ETHA subsidiary in a South American country whose name he'd only seen in reports about political unrest. The dates were wrong. The notary seals were a fiction. He was being asked to build a legal foundation for a lie. He went to Croft's office, the file in his hand feeling like a lead weight. Julian, these dates, they ray pre-approval. This is fraud. Croft didn't look up from his desk. He was polishing a silver letter opener, the cloth moving in slow, circular strokes. It's a correction, Liam. The approval was a formality. The deal was already made. We are just tidying up the timeline. Tidying up, Liam repeated, the words tasting of ash. Finally, Croft looked at him. His eyes were flat like chips of gray slate. There is the law, Liam, and then there is the work. The work is what pays for that house, that garden, that life your pretty wife is so fond of. The work is what keeps the lights on in this building. Do you understand? The work is all that matters. That night, the tremor was a constant hum in his veins. He stood in the shower, the hot water scalding his skin, and he could not get warm. He looked at his own hands against the white tiles and saw the hands of a forger, an accomplice. He had become a piece of furniture in the architecture of something rotten. The FBI arrived on a Tuesday. Two of them, a man and a woman, their cheap shoes and department store overcoats looking like a protest in the marble-lined lobby. Their names were Hayes and Miller. They sat with him in a sterile conference room, the city sprawling behind them under a flat, gray sky. "We know what Sterling Lyman does for the ETHA group," Hayes said, his voice calm, conversational. "We know about the money laundering, the bribes, the shell companies. We know you Ray the new boy on the ETHA account, Liam. May I call you Liam?" Liam said nothing. His mouth was dry. "We can protect you," Miller said. Her eyes were a startling, sympathetic blue. "But we can't do anything until you're on the inside, really on the inside. We need you to get us something we can't get from the outside. A ledger, a master file, something that connects the partners directly to the violence." Violence, the word left his lips before he could stop it. Hayes leaned forward, his elbows on the table. "The ETHA group doesn't just bribe officials, Liam. They silence them, permanently. A journalist in Caracas, a union organizer in Manila, a federal investigator right here in this city 6 months ago. His death was made to look like a carjacking. It wasn't. That's the architecture you're helping to build." They left him with a burner phone and a sense of vertigo so profound he had to grip the edge of the table to steady himself. He was trapped, a pawn between two ruthless powers. To refuse the FBI meant prosecution, ruin, the loss of everything. To help them meant walking into the heart of a machine that ground people into dust. The tremor was now a constant companion, an internal earthquake he had to hide behind a mask of calm competence. He began to really look at the people around him. He saw the fear in the eyes of a junior associate who flinched when Croft entered a room. He saw the desperate, hollow cheer of the other lawyers, their lives a performance of success built on a foundation of complicity. He started taking risks, staying late, accessing servers he had no reason to, using a keylogger he procured with a knot of self-loathing tight in his stomach. He felt their eyes on him constantly, or imagined he did. Every mirrored surface was a potential witness. He found the file not on a server, but in the one place he hadn't thought to look, the old oak-paneled library that smelled of leather and dust. It was a physical ledger disguised as a bound volume of outdated maritime law. Inside, written in a neat, precise hand, were dates, amounts, and initials, payments. Next to some of them were not names, but coordinates, and next to those, a single, chilling word, silence. He didn't dare copy it. He memorized a single entry, a date from 2 months prior, an amount of $2 million, the initials A.S. Arthur Shaw, and coordinates that, when he looked them up on his phone with a trembling finger in the dead of night, pointed to a stretch of remote coastline. He made the drop for the FBI in a deserted subway tunnel. the ledger-S location scrawled on a piece of paper. He slipped into a crack in the tiles. The air was thick with the smell of damp concrete and decay. He felt like a ghost. The next day, the air in the office was different. It was charged, sharp as a blade. Croft summoned him. Not to his office, but to Arthur Shaw's private sanctum on the top floor, a room that was more living museum than office, with panoramic views and a collection of pre-Columbian artifacts that watched with empty stone eyes. Shaw was standing by the window, a small, compact man with silver hair and an aura of absolute control. He did not turn around. "We had a breach," Shaw said, his voice quiet, almost contemplative. "A very foolish, very unfortunate breach." Liam's heart was a frantic bird beating against his ribs. He said nothing. "We are a family here, Liam," Shaw continued. "Families have secrets. They also have ways of dealing with those who betray them." He finally turned. He was holding one of the stone artifacts, a smooth, dark obsidian blade. He ran his thumb along its edge, a gesture of casual affection. "Do you know what this is? It's a sacrificial knife. They believe the gods demanded a heart to keep the world in balance. We have different gods now, but the principle remains." He looked directly at Liam, and his eyes were not angry. They were disappointed. "Julian spoke very highly of your potential. Such a shame." The door opened behind Liam. He didn't need to turn to know it was one of the quiet men from the gala. The air shifted, grew colder. "I have a wife," Liam said, the words a desperate, dry rasp. "I know," Shaw said softly. "A lovely woman, Lara. She tends her roses in the morning. She likes the white ones, doesn't she?" The threat was as precise and cold as the obsidian blade. It was not directed at him, but at the one pure thing left in his life. In that moment, the last of his ambition, his fear, his self, evaporated. There was only Lara and the white roses in their garden. He didn't remember making the decision. It was an animal impulse. He lunged, not for Shaw, but for the window. The man behind him was fast, but Liam was fueled by a final, terrible clarity. His shoulder connected with the thick glass. It was supposed to be shatterproof. It was, but the latch, an old brass mechanism on the venting pane, gave way with a scream of tortured metal. The world tilted, the city skyline, the grid of lights and shadows, swung from horizontal to vertical. There was a roar of wind, a sensation of incredible cold, and then a silence more absolute than any he had ever known. He was falling. The obsidian blade, knocked from Shaw's hand, fell with him, a dark sliver tumbling end over end against the bright, hard face of the building. He did not see the street. He saw Lara's face, the way she looked at him the day they moved into the house, full of a hope so bright it hurt. He saw the white roses. The impact was not a sound. It was the end of all sound. Weeks later, the official report called it a tragic accident. A faulty window latch, a promising young life cut short by a terrible flaw in an otherwise perfect structure. The firm expressed its profound grief. A trust fund was established for the widow. Lara moved away. She could not bear the house, the garden, the city. She settled in a small town by the sea, where the sound of the waves was a constant, soothing murmur. One afternoon, a package arrived with no return address. Inside, wrapped in plain brown paper, was a book, a bound volume of outdated maritime law. She frowned, setting it on her desk. It was a strange, somber thing. She had no use for it. Months passed. The sharp edges of her grief began to soften, worn down by the rhythm of the tides. One rainy afternoon, while cleaning her desk, she picked up the heavy book to move it. It slipped from her grasp, falling to the floor. The binding, old and brittle, split along the spine, and from within the hollowed-out pages, something fluttered to the ground. It was a single pressed white rose, its petals dry and perfectly preserved. And tucked within its fragile heart, a sliver of dark, volcanic glass sharp enough to draw blood. She stared at the objects on the floor, the rose and the obsidian, not understanding their language but feeling their weight. It was a message, a final, desperate letter from a place beyond words. The rose was from her garden, the one he had bought for her. He must have taken it one morning, a secret keepsake. The sliver of glass was something else entirely. It was sharp, ancient, and dangerous. Her first instinct was to sweep it all into the trash, to let the sea and the rain wash this last cryptic piece of him away. But her hands, moving of their own accord, were more careful. She picked up the rose, its scent long faded into a faint, dusty memory of sweetness. She picked up the obsidian, its edge so fine she didn't feel the cut until a bead of blood welled on her thumb. The pain was clean and clarifying. He had not jumped, he had not fallen by accident. This was a key left for her, but to what lock? She spent the night at her kitchen table, the book splayed open under the lamplight. She examined every page, running her fingers over the thick, creamy paper, searching for an indentation, a mark, anything. She found nothing. The ledger Liam had found was gone, of course, removed by whoever had sent this to her. This was all that was left, a rose and a stone. The next day she went to the town's small library and used the public computer, her movements furtive, her heart a frantic drum. She searched for Arthur Shaw, for Sterling Lyman and Shaw, for the Etha Group. The results were a sanitized landscape of corporate philanthropy and legal accolades. She tried obsidian sacrifice, feeling foolish, and found only archaeological sites. Then she remembered the coordinates he had muttered in his sleep once, a string of numbers that had seemed like nonsense. She typed them into a map. The screen resolved onto a satellite image of a rugged, deserted coastline. She zoomed in. There was nothing there. No town, no road, no structure, just cliffs and a sliver of beach. She printed the image, her hands trembling. A week later she was there. It required a long drive, a rental car bouncing down a dirt track, and a hike along a windswept cliff path. The place was exactly as the map had shown, desolate and raw. The wind whipped her hair and tore at her coat. She felt a profound and utter foolishness. What had she expected to find? She walked along the beach, the gray waves crashing, the taste of salt on her lips. She was about to turn back when her foot kicked something half buried in the wet sand. It was a piece of weathered gray driftwood, but its shape was wrong. It was too straight, too square. She knelt and dug it out with her hands. It wasn't wood. It was a case, a waterproof hard case, scoured by sand and sea, but intact. The latches were rusted shut. She used the sliver of obsidian from her pocket, working it into the seam. With a crack of corroded metal, the case sprang open. Inside, protected from the elements, was a digital voice recorder. Her breath caught. She pressed play. The voice that filled the air, tinny and strained against the wind and waves, was Liam S. It was low, rushed, a confession whispered into a machine. The ledger only confirms the payments. This is the proof of the act. I copied the file, but I needed more. I needed a voice. He took a shaky breath. Her name was Isabella Morales. She was an environmental regulator in Brazil. She was going to reject the Etha subsidiary's permit for a mine. They offered her a bribe. She refused. She recorded the meeting as a precaution. This is that recording. There was a click, then another voice, a woman's voice, calm and resolute, speaking in accented English. I will not be a part of this. The damage would be irreversible. A man's voice, smooth and reasonable, one Liam had identified as Julian Croft. Think of your family, Senora Morales. Think of the opportunities. This does not have to be difficult. I have thought of my family, and of the families who live on that land. My answer is no. A final chilling sound, not a gunshot, but the soft, mechanical thunk of a car door locking. Then the woman's voice, sharp with a new fear. What are you doing? The recording ended abruptly. Liam's voice returned, thick with emotion. They suffocated her in her own car and staged a carbon monoxide leak. The local police called it a tragedy. This recording was their insurance to keep Croft in line. I stole it from his safe. Lara, if you're hearing this, they know it was me. I love you. I am so sorry for the garden, for the white roses. Look for the quiet men. Look for the one with a scar like a fishhook under his left eye. He was there. Why is the key? The recorder clicked off. Lara sat in the sand, the cold seeping through her clothes, the waves crashing as they had the day they killed Isabella Morales, as they had the day they killed her husband. The grief was still there, a vast, cold ocean inside her. But now, floating on its surface, was a new thing, small and hard and burning. It was a purpose. She looked at the obsidian shard in her palm, no longer a cryptic token, but a tool. It was sharp, and she knew exactly what she had to cut. The man with the fishhook scar was not difficult to find once she knew to look. His name was Kale, and he was not a ghost. He was a man of routine. He lived in a modest apartment building a few towns over from the city, a place that held no connection to the glittering towers of Sterling, Lyman, and Shaw. She watched him for a week from the driver's seat of her anonymous sedan. He bought groceries on Tuesdays. He visited a quiet bar on Thursdays, always alone, always nursing a single beer. He was a creature of silence and order, a tool kept clean and ready in a velvet-lined box. She approached him on a Thursday. The bar was dim, smelling of old wood and disinfectant. She slid onto the stool next to his. He did not look at her, but his posture shifted, the way a predator shifts at the scent of prey. "I have the Morales recording," she said, her voice low. She placed her phone on the bar between them. "And I have a copy of the ledger. It's not with me. It's with a friend who will release everything if I don't check in by tomorrow morning." Kale took a slow sip of his beer. His eyes, when they finally turned to her, were the color of a winter sky. The scar under his left eye was a pale, twisted line. "You are the lawyer's wife." "I am a widow," she corrected, the words still sharp in her mouth. "He was weak, he broke." "He was a man," she said. "You broke his body. They broke his soul. There is a difference." A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched Kale's lips. "What is it you want? Money? Revenge?" "Names," Lara said. "The names of the people who gave the order for Isabella Morales. The names of the people who gave the order for my husband. Not just Shaw and Croft, the ones above them. The ones they answer to." Kale was silent for a long time, studying his own reflection in the mirror behind the bar. "You think I will give you this to save myself from your recording? They will kill me for far less than talking." "I'm not offering you a choice," Lara said. She picked up her phone and played a short, clear snippet. It was Kale's own voice, gruff and unmistakable, from the end of the Morales recording. "The body is in the trunk. The garage is sealed." She stopped the playback. "You were there. You are not just a quiet man. You are the hand that holds the knife. I am offering you a chance to choose the manner of your end. You can be the monster who was caught, or you can be the one who finally broke the machine. Either way, the machine is coming down." He finished his beer, placing the empty glass on the bar with a definitive click. He looked at her, and for the first time she saw something in his eyes other than flat assessment. It was a flicker of respect. They have a gathering, a quarterly review, all the principals. It is in 2 days, at Shaw's estate in the mountains. It is the only time they are all in one place, feeling safe. He took a napkin and a pen from his pocket. He did not write down an address. He drew a map, a detailed sketch of the estate's layout, the guard patrols, the location of the study where they would meet. He slid the napkin toward her. "I was a soldier once," he said quietly. "I believed in orders, then I believed in money. Now I believe in nothing. Perhaps it is time to believe in consequences." He stood up and walked out of the bar, leaving her with the napkin and the heavy weight of what came next. She did not go to the FBI. Hayes and Miller were good people, perhaps, but they were part of a system that moved too slowly, a system that could be bought or broken. This was beyond them now. 2 days later, she stood in the pine-scented darkness at the edge of Shaw's property, looking down at the sprawling compound of timber and glass. It was just as Kale had drawn it. She held a different phone now, a cheap, untraceable thing. She sent a single pre-written text. It was not to a journalist or to the FBI. It was to an encrypted list of addresses, a list Liam had compiled and hidden in the maritime law book behind a separate, thinner panel she had found only days before. It was a list of every regulator, every investigative journalist, every rival corporate lawyer, and every family member of every victim linked to Etha. The text contained a link to a server that would, in exactly 10 minutes, release the Morales recording, the scanned pages of the ledger, and Kale's detailed testimony. which he had recorded and sent to her the night before. She had given them no warning, no time to prepare their defenses or their lies. She was not a lawyer, she was not a spy, she was a gardener, and she understood that to rid a garden of a deep and spreading rot, you sometimes had to burn it all to the ground. She saw them then through the vast window of the main study, the men in their tailored sweaters holding glasses of amber liquid, Shaw, Croft, others she recognized from the financial pages. They were laughing. The fire in the great fireplace cast a warm, golden glow on their faces. She turned and walked back into the woods as the first sirens began to wail in the valley below, distant but approaching. They were not the police, it was the fire department, a separate, anonymous tip about a wildfire risk, a distraction. Chaos was her final tool. She did not look back at the explosion of lights and sound from the estate. She walked until she reached her car, parked on a remote forestry road. She got in and started the engine. She did not know where she was going, only that it was away from here. In the quiet of the car, she reached into her pocket and felt the two objects she always carried now. The pressed white rose, fragile as a memory, and the sliver of obsidian, cold and sharp and real. The car ate up the miles of dark highway, putting a mountain range between her and the chaos she had unleashed. She drove through the night, the radio off, the only sound the hum of the engine and the rush of wind. There was no feeling of triumph, no catharsis. There was only a hollowed-out stillness, as if the final act had burned away the last of her emotional fuel. By dawn, she was in another state, in a motel room that smelled of bleach and old cigarettes. She turned on the small television, flipping through the channels with a numb detachment. It was on the third news network she found. The ticker at the bottom read, "Breaking, Major Corporate Scandal, ROCKS Financial World." The screen showed a grainy, years-old photo of Arthur Shaw, his smile looking like a grimace now. The anchor's voice was grave, speaking of a treasure trove of evidence, whistleblower testimony, and multiple federal investigations launched overnight. They did not mention her, they did not mention Liam. The story was being framed as an internal collapse, a house of cards falling in on itself. It was cleaner that way. KL's name was there, a shadowy figure providing a damning account. She wondered if he was already dead, or if he had managed to disappear into the chaos he had helped create. Days bled into weeks. She moved from motel to motel, paying in cash. Her world shrunk to the interior of her car and the four walls of temporary rooms. The initial media storm raged, then began to subside, replaced by newer scandals. The arrests were made, but they were the expected ones. Shaw, Croft, a handful of senior VPs. The news cycle moved on. The Ether Group became shorthand for corporate corruption, a case study that would be written about in textbooks. The deeper names, the ones above Shaw that Cale had hinted at, remained in the shadows, insulated by layers of deniability and power. The machine was wounded, but she knew it had not been broken. Its most vital parts had survived. She found herself one afternoon in a dusty town in the desert, sitting on a bench in a small, sun-baked plaza. A dry, hot wind rustled the leaves of a Apollo verd tree. She watched a man watering a patch of struggling geraniums, his movements slow and patient. The simple, nurturing act was a world away from the sharp, destructive purpose that had consumed her. From her pocket, she drew out the two objects. The white rose was crumbling now, pieces of it flaking away like ash. It was no longer a keepsake, but a relic. The past could not be preserved, it could only be learned from. She opened her fingers and let the wind take the dried petals, scattering them across the dusty ground. She was left with the obsidian. It sat in her palm, dark and solid, catching the fierce desert sun. It was not a weapon anymore, it was not a key, it was just a stone, a piece of the earth forged in fire and hardened by time. It was what it was. And she, alone on a bench in a town whose name she didn't know, was finally just herself. Lara, not a wife, not an avenger, just a woman with a future as wide and as empty as the desert sky. She closed her hand around the stone. It was warm from the sun. She put it back in her pocket, stood up, and walked away, not knowing her destination, but moving forward one step at a time into the quiet and unknown rest of her life. The desert highway stretched before her, a shimmering ribbon of asphalt under the relentless sun. She drove with no particular urgency, the windows rolled down, the hot air whipping through the car. The money she had saved from Liam's life insurance would last a while if she was careful. The thought was neither comforting nor alarming. It was simply a fact. She stopped for gas in a town that was little more than a crossroads. Inside the small, cluttered store, a local newspaper was stacked by the register. The headline was about a county fair. There was no mention of Etha or Shaw or any world beyond the price of hay. The normalcy of it was a shock, like plunging into cold water. She bought a bottle of water and a map, the paper unfolding with a crisp sound. She traced the lines of highways with her finger, the routes a tangled web of possibilities. She had spent so long following a single dark path laid out by another. Now, the sheer number of turns, of choices, was dizzying. That night in another motel, she dreamed of the sea. Not the cold, gray Atlantic of her old life, but a warm, turquoise water lapping at a white sand beach. In the dream, she was swimming, and the obsidian stone was in her hand, not as a tool, but as a simple, smooth weight, pulling her deeper into the calm, clear depths. She woke with a sense of direction, fragile but distinct. She packed her few things and turned the car south and east. A week later, she stood on a dock in a small fishing village in Mexico. The air smelled of salt and diesel and frying fish. The boats, painted in bright, fading colors, rocked gently in the harbor. She had sold the car and used a portion of the money to secure a passage. Not on a cruise ship or a ferry, but on a cargo vessel, the Santa Margarita, bound for Costa Rica with a hold full of machinery. The captain, a grizzled man with eyes that had squinted at 1,000 horizons, looked at her passport and then at her. "It is not a comfortable trip, see Aura." "I don't require comfort," she said. He nodded as if he understood more than she had said. As the Santa Margarita chugged out of the harbor, its engine a steady, vibrating thrum, Lara stood at the stern rail, watching the mainland recede into a haze of heat and distance. The water churned white below her. She thought of the book of maritime law, its hollowed-out heart that had held the seeds of her journey. She had left it in a dumpster behind a motel, its purpose served. She reached into the pocket of her worn jeans, her fingers closed around the obsidian. She held it over the water, this last, sharp piece of her old life. For a long moment, she considered letting it fall, a final offering to the deep. But she did not. She brought it back and looked at it, lying dark and quiet in her sun-browned palm. It was not a chain to the past. It was a part of her history, a reminder of the fire she had walked through and the person she had become on the other side. She had thought the emptiness inside her was a void, but she was beginning to understand it was simply space. Room to breathe, room to grow something new. She put the stone back in her pocket and turned to face the bow, the warm wind pressing her shirt against her skin. The open sea stretched to the horizon, vast and blue and full of an endless, quiet promise. The journey was long and the destination was unknown, but for the first time in a very long time, the movement forward felt like enough. The days on the water were a kind of purification. The rising and setting of the sun marked time, and the only sounds were the engine, the waves, and the cry of gulls. She helped with simple tasks in the galley, learning a few words of Spanish from the cook, a silent woman named Rosa who smiled with her eyes. No one asked her where she came from or where she was going. They accepted her presence as another piece of cargo, one that asked no questions and demanded little. One evening, as the sun bled into the Pacific, the captain joined her at the rail. He lit a cigarette, the smoke whipped away by the wind. "You are running from or running to?" he asked, his gaze on the horizon. Lara considered the question. "I'm just running," she said finally, "until I get tired." He grunted, a sound that could have meant anything. Everyone carries a weight. The sea does not care what it is. It only asks that you do not let it drag you under. In Costa Rica, she did not stay in the port city. She took a series of buses inland, climbing into the green, mist-shrouded mountains. The air grew cooler, thick with the scent of earth and blooming things. She found a small room for rent attached to a family's house, overlooking a valley where clouds gathered each morning before burning away. For a week she did nothing but sleep and walk. She followed dirt paths through coffee plantations and dense jungle, the obsidian a familiar weight in her pocket. The grief was still there, but its edges were softer, blurred by the sheer, overwhelming presence of life all around her. It was a different kind of ocean. One afternoon she came upon a small, struggling garden behind the house where she rented. The plants were wilted, the soil hard and dry. Without thinking, she found a watering can and an old trowel. She worked the soil, pulling weeds, her hands sinking into the dark, rich earth. It was a simple, mechanical act, but it felt like a language she had forgotten how to speak. The woman of the house, an elderly matriarch named Alina, watched her from the porch. Later, she brought Lara a cup of strong, sweet coffee. "You have gardener's hands," she said in slow, careful English. Lara looked at her own hands, the dirt under her nails. "I used to," she said. Alina gestured to the revived plants. "The land remembers. It is good to have you here." The next day, Alina took her to a local market, a bustling, colorful chaos of voices and smells. As they walked between stalls piled high with fruit and vegetables, Lara saw a man. He was tall, with a quiet demeanor, examining a bunch of plantains. And on the ground near his feet, trying to grab a mango that had rolled from a crate, was a little girl. The man turned to scoop her up, laughing, and as he did, the sunlight fell clearly on his face. Under his left eye, a pale, twisted scar curved down towards his jaw, a fish hook. Their eyes met across the crowded market. His laughter died. His expression did not shift to fear or anger, but to a profound, weary recognition. He held his daughter tighter, a silent plea and a statement of fact. He was not a monster here, he was a father. Lara stood frozen, the world narrowing to that single, impossible point. The key to her revenge was holding a child, his new life built on the ashes of her old one. She could burn it down, a single shout, a whispered word to the right person. It would be so easy. She looked from his scar to his daughter's bright, curious eyes, then to Alina's kind, wrinkled face waiting for her by the avocado stand. She thought of the sea and the space inside her that was no longer empty, but was slowly, patiently being filled with something new. She held Kale's gaze for one more second. Then very slowly she gave him a single, almost imperceptible nod. It was not forgiveness, it was a choice. She turned away, back towards Alina, back towards the garden, back towards the life she was now building, stitch by fragile stitch. The past was a stone in her pocket, but it no longer dictated her direction. She walked on, leaving him to his. The rest of the day passed in a strange, suspended quiet. The vibrant colors of the market seemed too bright, the sounds too sharp. Alina chattered about the quality of the cilantro, unaware of the seismic shift that had just occurred in the dusty space between two stalls. Lara responded when necessary, her voice sounding distant to her own ears. That night she lay in her narrow bed, listening to the chorus of insects and the distant bark of a dog. She saw his face, the scar, the child. The part of her that was still a wife, still an avenger, screamed that she had been a fool. That justice or vengeance had been within her grasp and she had let it slip away. That Liam deserved more than a nod. But another quieter part, the part that had scattered the rose petals and felt the sun on the obsidian, knew it was not about what Liam deserved. It was about what she could live with. To destroy Kale now would be to resurrect the very machinery of ruin she had sought to escape. It would mean pulling the past around her like a shroud, and she was so tired of the dark. The next morning she was in the garden before the sun had fully cleared the mountains. The earth was cool and damp. She worked with a fierce concentration, turning soil, planting seeds Alina had given her. It was an act of faith, this burying of a tiny, dry thing with the belief it would become something alive and green. Weeks turned into a month. The garden flourished under her care. She learned more Spanish, enough to share simple meals with Alina and her family, to talk about the weather and the crops. She never spoke of the man in the market, and she never saw him again. The valley was large enough for two ghosts to avoid each other. One afternoon, a package arrived at the house, a plain cardboard box with no return address. It was for her. Inside, nestled in crinkled brown paper, was a small potted sapling. Its leaves were a deep, waxy green. There was no note. She knew what it was, an olive tree, a symbol of peace or perhaps of a debt acknowledged. She did not know if it was a gesture of gratitude or a burden. It did not matter. She took the sapling out to a sunny spot at the edge of the property, near where the cultivated land met the wild jungle. She dug a hole deeper than necessary and placed the tree's roots gently into the earth. She packed the soil around it and watered it thoroughly. She stood back, wiping her hands on her trousers. The little tree was a vulnerable thing, its future uncertain. It would need time and care and a little luck to survive. She looked from the fragile sapling to her own thriving garden and then out at the vast, green, indifferent beauty of the mountains. It was all a gamble, every seed, every choice. She went inside to get more water, ready to see what would take root. The rainy season began, a daily deluge that turned the paths to mud and made the jungle steam. Lara watched the olive tree, fearing the heavy rains would wash it away, but it held fast, its roots finding purchase in the new ground. It was a survivor, like everything here. She expanded the garden, building raised beds from old wood and planting vegetables Alina's family had never tried. She learned the rhythm of this new place, when to plant and when to harvest, how to read the clouds gathering over the volcano. Her body grew strong and lean, her skin tanned a deep brown. The sharp angles of grief were slowly sanded down by the steady, patient work of her hands. One evening, as she sat on the porch shelling beans, Alina joined her, rocking slowly in her chair. "You have stayed a long time," she observed, not unkindly. "Have I overstayed my welcome?" Lara asked, her Spanish now fluid enough for nuance. Alina laughed, a sound like dry leaves. "No, child, you are part of the house, but a root-bound plant eventually needs a bigger pot." She gestured with her chin toward the sprawling land. "There is an old finca, a small farm, for rent on the other side of the valley. The soil is good, but it has been neglected. The owner is in San Jos and wants someone to care for it." Lara said nothing, just continued shelling beans, the rhythmic pop a counterpoint to the cricket's song. That night she walked to the spot where she had planted the olive tree. It was taller now, having put on new growth. It was no longer just surviving, it was beginning to thrive. The next day she went to see the finca. The small wooden house was weathered but sound, its porch looking out over a tangled expanse of land that sloped down to a creek. It was overgrown, yes, but she could see the potential in the sun-dappled clearings and the rich, dark soil. It was a place for a much larger garden, a nursery, perhaps. She used the last of the insurance money to pay for a year's rent. It was a terrifying leap, spending the final tangible link to her old life. But as she signed the papers in a small lawyer's office in the nearest town, she felt a sense of calm purpose she had not known since before Liam's death. She was not spending his memory. She was investing in her own future. Moving was a simple affair. She had accumulated little. Alina's family helped her, their old truck bumping down the dirt road to the finca. They celebrated with a simple meal on the porch of her new home. Alone that first night, the sounds of the jungle were louder, more immediate. She lit a single candle and placed it on the rough-hewn table. From her pocket, she took the obsidian stone and set it beside the flame. It was no longer a weapon or a key or a chain. It was a paperweight anchoring her to this new, quiet reality. It was a part of her story, but it was not the whole story. The work of clearing the land was hard, a daily battle with roots and thicket. But with every patch of earth she reclaimed, she felt a corresponding space open up inside her. She was not just pulling weeds, she was making room. Months later, a truck from the nursery in town delivered her first order of young trees and ornamental shrubs. As she was unloading them, a car she didn't recognize came slowly up the drive. A man got out, hesitant, holding a small, wrapped plant. It was the lawyer, the one who had handled the rental agreement. "I heard you were starting a nursery," he said, looking embarrassed. "My wife, she loves gardenias." He held out the plant, "a gift for your new beginning." She accepted it, the glossy green leaves a vibrant promise. She knew then that she was no longer just the woman who had run. She was the woman who had arrived. The garden she would grow here would have no rot to burn away. It would be built on clean earth under a wide sky, and it would be entirely her own. The lawyer's name was Mateo. He did not stay long that first time, just long enough to deliver the gardenia and express a shy admiration for her ambition. After he left, Lara placed the fragrant plant in a place of honor on her porch. Its waxy leaves and tight, white buds were a different kind of promise than the dark, solid obsidian. It was a promise of fragrance and delicate beauty, things she had not allowed herself to want for a very long time. The work became her world. She hired a local boy, Carlos, to help with the heavy clearing, and together they carved order from the chaos of the finca. She learned the names of the native plants she chose not to remove, understanding that they too belonged. Her business grew slowly, not through advertisement, but through word of mouth. She grew vegetables for the local market and cultivated hardy, beautiful plants that thrived in the mountain climate. People began to know her as La Jardinera, the gardener. It was a title she wore with more pride than any she had ever held before. Mateo began to visit on Saturdays, always with a pretext, a question about a plant for his mother's patio, a spare part for a tool he thought she might need. He was a quiet man whose life had been bounded by the mountains and the law books in his small office. He was curious about her, but he never pressed. He simply offered his presence, a steady, undemanding thing. One evening, as they shared a cup of coffee on her porch, watching the fireflies blink in the gathering dusk, he said, "You have built something from nothing here. It is a kind of magic." Lara looked out at her land, the rows of young trees, the tidy beds of herbs, the wild jungle held at a respectful distance. "It's just work," she said. "It is more than that," he replied softly. "It is faith." She thought of the obsidian still sitting on her table inside, a dark, quiet witness to her days. She had not forgotten the past, but it no longer felt like a country she inhabited. It was a story she had lived, one of many she would accumulate. Months turned into a year, and then two. The olive tree grew sturdy and tall. Her nursery became a known spot in the valley, a place of quiet industry and surprising beauty. One afternoon, she was teaching a small group of local children how to plant tomato seeds in little pots they could take home. Their small, earnest faces, focused on the simple miracle of a seed, filled her with a deep, uncomplicated joy. Later, as she was cleaning up, Mateo arrived. He waited until the children had run off, clutching their pots, before he approached. He held no plant, no tool, no excuse. His hands were empty. "Lara," he began, his voice more serious than usual. "My father has a finca larger than this one, closer to the river. It has been in our family for generations. He is old now, and he wants me to take it over." He paused, gathering his courage. "It is too much for one person. It needs a partner. It needs a family." He did not ask her to marry him. He did not profess undying love. He simply laid out the facts of his life and offered her a place within them if she wanted it. He was offering her a new plot of land, a different future, one woven into the fabric of his own. She looked at him, at his honest face, at his hands that had never held a weapon. She looked back at her own land, at the home she had built with her own sweat and will. It was a good life, a life she had chosen and carved out for herself. It was complete. She reached out and took his hand. It was warm and solid. "This is my home, Mateo," she said gently, "and you are always welcome in it." He searched her face for a long moment, and then he smiled, a little sad but full of understanding. He squeezed her hand. "Then I will still bring you gardenias," he said. And she knew he would. It was not the dramatic, all-consuming passion of her youth. It was something quieter, more sustainable, like the steady growth of a tree. It was a connection, one of many that now rooted her to this place. She had not just run to the end of the world, she had arrived and she had built a life, and she was finally at peace. The seasons turned and the finca continued to flourish. Lara's hair grew long, streaked with gray. She never bothered to dye. The local children who had once planted tomato seeds were now teenagers, some of whom she hired to help with the heavier work during their school breaks. She taught them not just how to plant, but how to prune, to graft, to listen to the subtle needs of the soil. Mateo remained a constant, quiet presence. He never moved in, but a corner of her porch became his, with a specific chair and a shelf for his books. Their relationship was a comfortable, sprawling thing, built on shared silences and small kindnesses. He helped her navigate the complexities of local bureaucracy when she decided to buy the finca instead of renting it, and she helped him plant a sprawling garden at his family's land, a project that brought him closer to his ailing father. One morning she received a letter. It was the first in years. The postmark was from a small town in New Zealand. The handwriting was unfamiliar. Inside, on a single sheet of plain paper, were 2 sentences. "The tree is strong, thank you for the soil." There was no signature, but none was needed. She read it once, then carefully folded the paper and placed it in a small wooden box where she kept the obsidian stone. She felt no anger, no wistfulness, only a distant, quiet acknowledgement, like hearing a familiar name from a childhood you have mostly forgotten. That afternoon she was in the greenhouse, checking on a new batch of orchid hybrids when a young woman appeared in the doorway. She was perhaps 19, with a backpack and a hesitant expression. "See Ora Lara?" she asked. "Yes. My name is Isabel. Elena was my grandmother." Lara felt a small, sharp pang of loss. Elena had passed the previous winter, a peaceful end in the house where she had lived her entire life. "I am sorry," Lara said. Isabel nodded, her eyes bright. She told me stories about the woman from the sea who made things grow. She said if I ever wanted to learn, I should come to you. She gestured to the lush, humid air of the greenhouse. "I want to learn." Lara looked at the young woman, at the eager hope in her face, and she saw the endless, cycling turn of life. It was not a circle, but a spiral, each turn different, yet connected to the last. She had been given shelter, and now she was being asked to provide it. She had been taught, and now she was to teach. "Come," Lara said, handing the girl a pair of worn gloves. "We will start with the orchids. They are fragile, but much stronger than they look." And as she began to explain about light and moisture and the delicate balance of nutrients, she felt the last thin thread of her old life, the one woven from loss and vengeance, finally dissolve. She was not just the gardener. She was a link in a chain, a keeper of a small, green, growing piece of the world. It was enough. It was more than enough. Story 2. The first thing that came to me was the smell. It was a ghost of a thing, a metallic whisper at the back of my throat, like licking a battery, undercut by the faint, sweetish tang of something burnt. It didn't belong in the stale air of my rented room, a space that usually smelled of dust and resignation. I stood in the center of the floorboards, my bare feet cold on the worn wood, and let the scent settle into me. It was the smell of a fired round, of heated steel and spent powder, a smell I knew better than my own. It was a memory that had followed me home from deserts I'd rather forget, and it had no business being here in this quiet, forgotten town at the edge of the lake. The knock came an hour later, a firm, official rap that echoed in the silence. A woman stood on my porch, Hannah, the county prosecutor. She had a face that was all clean lines and sharp intelligence, a gaze that missed nothing. She held herself with the rigid grace of someone who carried the weight of the law like a physical object. "Judah," she said, and my name sounded like a verdict in her mouth. She didn't need to tell me why she was here. The news was already a low hum in the town, a vibration of panic, a sniper. On the old water tower overlooking Founder S. Square, 5 people dead, a young mother pushing a stroller, 2 old men playing chess, a girl on her bicycle. The stroller was empty. They kept showing that on the news, the empty stroller rolling slowly, aimlessly into the curb. "They have him in custody," Hannah said. "Leon Croft, a reclusive type, lives out by the old quarry. They found the rifle. A Remington 700, they found shell casings. His prints are all over it. I looked past her at the quiet street. The smell was still in my nostrils. Why are you here, Hannah? Because it's too perfect, Judah. It fits together like a Child-S puzzle. And because Leon Croft, when they pulled him from his shack, was sobbing so hard he couldn't speak a word of confession. He just kept shaking his head. I need you to look at it, unofficially. Before this town tears itself apart looking for answers it thinks it already has. I am not a detective, I was a soldier. My trade was observation and termination. I understood trajectories and windage and the psychology of a man under pressure. I understood how to find things that wanted to stay hidden. Hannah knew that. She was leveraging a debt I didn't owe her, but one I felt all the same. I went to the square. The town of Iron Lake was holding its breath. The air was thick with the absence of sound. No children laughing, no birds, just the low murmur of a shocked crowd held back by yellow tape. The water tower stood skeletal against a flat gray sky. I could feel the eyes of the town on me, a familiar sensation. I had always been an outsider here, the quiet ex-soldier who kept to himself. Now I was a spectacle. I walked the grid the police had walked. I saw the chalk outlines already beginning to fade. They were just shapes, empty shapes. I looked up at the water tower. The shot was long, 300 yards, not impossible, not even difficult for a man who knew his weapon. But the angle was wrong. The official report said the shooter was positioned on the west-facing platform. But the entry wounds on two of the victims, the chess players, suggested a slightly higher, more northerly angle, a few degrees. A whisper of a difference. I went to the police station. They let me into the evidence room. The rifle lay on a table under the harsh fluorescent light. The Remington, it was clean, too clean. The barrel gleamed. The stock showed the faintest smudges, but no grit, no dust from the water tower grates. It smelled of solvent and oil. It did not smell of the day, of wind and rust, and the metallic whisper I had tasted in my room. I asked to see Leon Croft. He was a small man, folded in on himself in the interrogation room. His hands trembled on the table. His eyes were red raw. He smelled of fierce sweat and old clothes. I sat across from him. I didn't speak for a long time. I just let the silence build, let it press down on him. It is a technique. You let a man's own thoughts become his torturer. They say you did this, Leon. A shudder went through him. I didn't I was home. I was listening to the radio. They found your rifle, your fingerprints. It's my rifle. I touched my rifle, but I didn't take it out. Not yesterday, not for a long time. Why would someone frame you, Leon? He looked at me then, and his eyes were deep, still pools of despair. I don't know anyone. I just find things. What kind of things? Rocks, old bottles, arrowheads out by the quarry. I am a finder, that's all. I left him there, a man drowning in a perfect, manufactured truth. I drove out to the quarry. The land was scarred and barren. Leon's shack was exactly what you would expect, neat in its own way, a place for everything, a man of routine, of order. I walked the perimeter. The earth was soft from a recent rain. I saw Leon's boot prints, small and precise, and I saw others, larger, deeper. The tread was a common military pattern, the kind I had worn for years. I followed them. They led away from the shack, through a patch of scrub pine to a clearing with a sightline to the main road, a perfect vantage point. On the ground, half pressed into the mud, was a single shell casing, not from a Remington 700. This was a .338 Lapua Magnum, a round for extreme long range, a professional S round. It gleamed, a tiny, golden lie in the dirt. I didn't touch it, I just looked at it, and I understood. Leon was the patsy, a fragile, solitary man with a hunting rifle placed perfectly in the crosshairs of public outrage. But the real shot, the shot that killed the chess players, had come from here. A second shooter, a professional. This was not a random act of madness. This was a choreography, a performance. I went to see Hannah. Her office was all dark wood and legal books. The air smelled of coffee and ambition. There was a second shooter, I said. The angle was wrong. The rifle they have is a prop. This was planned. She stared at me, her face a mask of controlled shock. Who? Why? That is the question, isn't it? Why stage a massacre? Why kill 5 random people and frame a nobody? It only makes sense if the randomness is an illusion. I started digging into the victims. The young mother, Sarah Bennett. Her husband was a mid-level accountant at Northwood Industries, the company that owned the old mill that had once employed the town. The 2 chess players, Arthur McReady and Ben Hopkins, both retired. Both had been union organizers during the mill's turbulent history. The girl on the bicycle, Lily Torres. Her father was a county inspector. He had recently flagged Northwood for several environmental violations at a new construction site. They weren't random. They were targets, carefully, deliberately chosen. Their deaths were a message, a purge, hidden within the chaos of an apparent lone wolf attack. Northwood Industries was a faceless entity, a conglomerate, but its local representative was a man named Alistair Vancorp, a man of power, a man who smoothed over problems. He lived in a gated house on the ridge overlooking the lake, the true mastermind. I felt his presence then, a cold intelligence operating from the shadows, moving people like pieces on a board. I went to the ridge that night. The air was cold and clean. The lights of his house glowed like a distant ship. I used my binoculars. I saw him through the large picture window talking with 2 other men. They had the posture, the stillness of professionals. The henchmen, the ones who had pulled the real trigger. One of them turned and the light caught his face. It was a face I knew, a man named Silas. We had served together, a ghost from my own past. A man who, like me, had been trained to solve problems with extreme prejudice. The world tilted. The conspiracy was not just corporate greed. It was personal. It had roots that reached into my own life, into the man I used to be. Silas was a weapon, efficient, unquestioning. He would have done it for the money, for the thrill, because he was told to. He was the sharp, clean end of the operation. I was the complication. I went back to Hannah. I laid it out for her. The connections, the second shooter, Silas, Vancorp, the whole ugly, intricate machine. We have to move carefully, Judah, she said, her voice low and urgent. Vancorp is powerful. He has friends in the State House. The local police chief plays golf with him. If we ray wrong, we ray not wrong. I have to build a case. It will take time, evidence. We need that .338 casing. We need to tie Silas to Vancorp. I knew she was right, but I also knew that time was a luxury we did not have. Silas would have felt the disturbance in the pattern. He would know someone was looking. A man like that doesn't wait to be found. I went home to wait. The smell in my room was gone now, replaced by the cold night air. I sat in the dark by the window, my own rifle across my knees. I was the bait in the trap. I knew how Silas thought. He would come for the loose end. He would come for me. He came just before dawn, a shadow detaching itself from the deeper shadows of the pine trees. He moved with a fluid, predatory grace. I watched him cross the yard. He was a professional, but so was I. He didn't bother with the door. The window slid up without a sound. He was inside. The floorboard creaked once. I am here, Silas, I said from my chair. He froze. His shape was a black cutout against the gray light of the window. I could smell him now. Gun oil, cold night air, the faint, coppery scent of adrenaline. Judah, I heard you were living out here, playing civilian. I am not playing. He took a step forward. You shouldn't have looked into things. It was clean. It was neat. Now you've made it messy. 5 people are dead, Silas. People die, that's what they do. You of all people know that. We ray the same. We ray the instruments. Then we got our discharge papers. He laughed, a short, ugly sound. There's no discharge from what we are, Judah. You just get different orders, or you make your own. Vancorp pays well. His problems go away. It's simple. It's murder. It's a job, and now you are part of the job, the last loose end. He was fast, a blur of motion. His gun came up, but I was already moving. I knew he would talk. He would always talk. It was his vanity. My rifle was already shouldered. The distance was 10 feet. I didn't need to aim, I just pointed. The shot was deafening in the small room. It filled the space with light and thunder and that smell again, the metallic, burnt smell of violence. Silas crumpled. He fell without another word. I stood over him. The room was silent again, the ringing in my ears the only sound. I looked down at his body, at the work of my hands. I had stopped one killer. I had become another. The police came, Hannah came, there were questions, a story was constructed. Self-defense, a break-in, a troubled ex-soldier. It was clean, it was neat. Vancorp was untouchable. Without Silas, there was no chain back to him. He issued a statement expressing his horror at the violence that had plagued our peaceful town. He was a pillar of the community. Leon Croft was released. The charges were dropped. He vanished back into the quarry, a broken man, forever haunted by a crime he didn't commit. The town began to heal. The memorials faded. Life went on. I stood one evening on the shore of the lake, looking out at the dark water. The case was closed. The mystery was solved. And yet nothing was solved. The mastermind was still in his house on the hill. The truth was buried with Silas and with the 5 souls in the cemetery. Hannah found me there. The wind off the lake was cold. It smelled of water and decay. We did what we could, Judah. Did we? We traded one killer for another. We gave the town a different monster. Me. You stopped him. You saved who knows how many others. I looked at my hands. They were clean, but I could still feel the ghost of the rifle-S recoil. I could still smell the gunpowder. I had set out to find a sniper, and I had found one. I had looked into the abyss of this town's secret heart, and I had seen my own reflection staring back. I was not the hero of this story. I was just another instrument of its violence, a man who understood the language of the shot and the shell casing all too well. I had come to Iron Lake to escape what I was, only to find that what I was had been waiting for me here all along. The investigation was over. The conspiracy was, for now, dormant. But the real mystery, the one that would haunt me long after the headlines faded, was the one I saw every time I closed my eyes. It was the understanding that in the hunt for a monster I had to become one. And the recognition was not a shock, but a quiet, terrible acceptance. A silent acknowledgement in the glass. The water lapped softly at the stones by my feet. Hannah stood beside me, her silence more eloquent than any words of comfort could be. She knew. She had always known what I was, which is why she had come to me in the first place. She needed a weapon, and she had found one. The cost of pulling the trigger was mine alone to carry. I left the lake and went back to my room. It no longer felt like a refuge. It was just a space I occupied, a box holding a different kind of ghost. The police had taken Silas' body, but his presence remained, a stain on the air. I packed a duffel bag with a few essentials. There was nothing here for me now. Iron Lake had shown me its truth, and in return I had shown it mine. I didn't say goodbye to Hannah. There was nothing left to say. I got into my truck as the last light bled from the sky. I drove without a destination, the headlights cutting a weak path through the gathering dark. The road unspooled ahead, a black ribbon leading away from the lake, from the ghosts, from the perfect, unpunished evil of Alistair Vancorp. But I knew I was not driving away from him. I was driving toward a different kind of confrontation. The legal system, with its rules and its delays, was a cage that could not hold a man like him. Hannah would try. She would build her case, brick by meticulous brick, but he would see the walls going up long before they trapped him. He would use his money, his influence, his friends to dismantle them. I understood then that my purpose had not ended with Silas. Silas was the blade. Vancorp was the hand that held it, and a hand can always be forced. A hand can be made to tremble. I found a motel 100 miles away, a place with thin walls and the smell of mildew. I paid in cash. I lay on the stiff bed and stared at the water-stained ceiling. I thought about systems. I thought about pressure points. A man like Vancorp was protected by layers of armor, lawyers, accountants, bodyguards, reputation. But every man has a core, a central vulnerability. For Vancorp, it was his empire, Northwood Industries. It was the source of his power, his identity, his godhood in our small corner of the world. I could not go through the front door. I had to find a crack in the foundation. I spent the next days in libraries, using their public computers to dig deeper into Northwood. I traced holding companies, subsidiaries, land acquisitions. I read old newspaper articles about the mill closure, the union disputes, the environmental protests that had been quietly, efficiently quashed. And I found it, a thread, a small independent trucking company that had gone bankrupt a year ago. Its owner had been vocal, accusing Northwood of deliberately sabotaging his business after he refused to haul contaminated soil from one of their sites. He had threatened to go to the state. A week later, he recanted his statements. The case was dropped. The man moved away. It was a whisper, a pattern. Vancorp didn't just eliminate problems with a rifle. That was the final, brutal solution. His first tool was coercion. He broke wills. He ruined lives. He made problems disappear into silence and fear. I knew what I had to do. I had to find the ghosts, the people Vancorp had broken. I had to give them a voice, and I had to gather their whispers into a shout that even his money could not silence. It would not be justice. Justice was a clean, bright thing. This would be something darker, something messier. It would be a reckoning. I started with the trucker. His name was Phil Dern. I found him living in a trailer park in a different state, working as a mechanic. He was a big man, gone soft in the middle, with eyes that held a permanent weariness. When I mentioned Northwood, his face shut down. I am not talking about that. I made a deal. I signed papers. I am not a lawyer, I said. I am not a cop. I am the man who killed the sniper in Iron Lake. His eyes widened. He had seen the news. He looked at me differently then, not with fear, but with a flicker of grim recognition. He saw something in me that he understood, a fellow casualty of Vancorp's war. He told me everything, the threats to his family, the forged documents, the way his life was systematically dismantled. He gave me names, dates, a paper trail that was meant to have been buried. It was a start. One ghost had spoken, there would be others. I left his trailer, the humid air thick in my lungs. The road ahead was long and shadowed. I was no longer a man seeking peace. I was a man building a different kind of weapon, not of steel and powder, but of truth and consequence. I was going to hunt a king, not with a bullet, but with his own crown. And I knew with a cold certainty that before the end he would see my face. He would know who had come for him and why. The quiet ex-soldier was gone. What remained was a purpose, and it was a purpose that could not rest. The trail led me to a woman named Maria Flores. She had been the head of the local environmental group that had protested Northwood's dumping in the watershed. Her campaign had gained traction until a series of anonymous, meticulously detailed emails were sent to her members and donors, accusing her of embezzlement. The evidence was compelling, fabricated by a master. Her organization collapsed overnight. Her reputation was ash. I found her working in a community garden in a city 2 states over. Her hands were buried in the soil, but her posture was rigid, defensive. When I approached and said Vancorp's name, she flinched as if struck. He took everything from me, she whispered, her voice raw. My work, my friends, my name. I have filled Dern's statement, I said, and others are coming. I am building a case that cannot be ignored. She looked at me, her eyes searching mine for a trap. Why are you doing this? Because he thinks he is untouchable, I said, and men like that need to be touched. It took 3 weeks, 3 weeks of driving, of sitting in cramped kitchens and dusty living rooms, of listening to stories of ruin. A former Northwood bookkeeper who'd been threatened after questioning creative accounting. A surveyor who'd been run off the road after refusing to alter a property line. I collected their statements, their documents, the fragments of their shattered lives. It was a mosaic of corruption, each piece small and seemingly insignificant on its own, but together they formed a damning picture of a man who treated people as obstacles to be removed. I did not contact Hannah. This was not her kind of fight. This evidence was not for a courtroom, not yet. It was too raw, too circumstantial for a clean conviction. It was for something else. I rented a mailbox under a false name in a town 50 miles from Iron Lake. From there I sent a single, thick manila envelope to Alistair Vancorp's home address. It contained no note, no threat, no demand. It was simply a collection of photocopies. Phil Durn's signed affidavit, Maria Flores' timeline of events, the bookkeeper's handwritten ledger notes, the surveyor's police report. It was a mirror held up to show him the reflection of his own methods. I was not threatening him with the law. I was threatening him with exposure. I was showing him that his secrets were no longer safe, that his carefully constructed fortress had a crack, and that I was on the other side of it, patiently pulling threads. The response was not long in coming. 2 days later, my disposable phone buzzed. The number was blocked. "I know who you are, Judah," the voice said. It was Vancorp. He sounded calm, almost amused, but I could hear the tightness underneath, the controlled fury of a man who was not used to being challenged. "You have been busy, collecting stories from losers and liars." "They were just stories," I said, "until people start believing them." "What do you want? Money, is that it?" "I want you to look at what you've done. I want you to see the pattern, and I want you to know that I see it too." There was a long silence on the other end of the line. When he spoke again, the amusement was gone, replaced by a cold, flat tone. "You killed a man in your home. You are a violent, unstable person. No one will believe a word you say. If you continue this, I will be forced to protect myself and my interests. You will not like the consequences." The line went dead. It was the threat I had expected. He would try to discredit me, to paint me as the lone wolf, the crazed veteran. He would use my past, my actions against Silas, as his shield. But he had made a mistake. He had called me himself. He had engaged. I had gotten under his skin. The facade of the calm, untouchable pillar of the community was cracking. The next move was his, and a man like Vancorp, when cornered, only knew how to escalate. I had set the trap. Now I had to wait for him to step into it. I checked the load in my pistol, and I waited. The hunt was entering its final phase. The waiting was the worst part. It was a passive state, and I was a creature of action. I stayed in a different motel every night, my duffel bag always packed, the pistol a cold, familiar weight under my jacket. I watched the news on the small, grainy television. There was nothing, no statement from Vancorp, no new accusations against me. The silence was more unnerving than an open attack. Then, on the 4th day, Hannah called. She used a number I didn't recognize. "Judah, where are you?" Her voice was strained, a thin wire of anxiety. "You shouldn't be involved in this, Hannah. It's not your fight anymore." "It is my fight." He came to see me. Vancorp, he was in my office. He was polite, charming. He asked about the ongoing investigation, offered the full cooperation of Northwood. Then he mentioned you. He said he was concerned, that you were a troubled man, a liability. He showed me a file. "What file?" "Pictures of you, Judah, taken from a distance. Outside Phil Durn's trailer, talking to Maria Flores in the garden. He knows you're gathering them. He knows everything." My blood went cold. He wasn't just defending himself. He was on the offensive. He was showing Hannah, and by extension the whole town, that I was the connection, the agitator, the source of the new trouble. "What was in the file?" I asked, though I already knew. "Enough," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Your service record, the psych eval after your discharge, the official report on Silas's death with certain parts highlighted. He's building a narrative, Judah. He's going to paint you as the mastermind, the lone wolf who killed Silas to cover his own tracks and who is now harassing innocent people to create a false conspiracy." It was a brilliant move. He was using my own history, my own methods against me. He was turning me into the very monster the town had feared. "You have to stop, Judah. Come back. Turn yourself into me. We can fight this the right way." There is no right way with him, Hannah. He is the system. I have to break the system. After I hung up, I knew my time had just been cut short. Vancorp's visit to Hannah was a message. He was telling me he knew my moves, and he was showing me his next one. He would go public soon. I would be the villain, and the people who had trusted me with their stories would be recast as my victims, my coerced puppets. I drove that night. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to move. The headlights illuminated the dashed yellow line, a hypnotic rhythm leading into nothing. I thought about Vancorp in his house on the ridge, surrounded by his things, his power, his certainty. He believed he was safe behind his walls of money and influence. He believed people like me were temporary inconveniences to be managed and discarded. But he had forgotten one thing. He had forgotten the nature of the instrument he had tried to break. A rifle, when aimed, only has one purpose. A bullet, once fired, cannot be called back. I found myself on a familiar road, the tires humming on the asphalt that wound around the lake. I wasn't going to my old room. I was going to the ridge. The sky was beginning to lighten, a deep, bruised purple in the east. I parked my truck in a turnout a mile from his gate and went the rest of the way on foot, moving through the trees like the ghost I had become. I saw his house, the lights still on in a few rooms, the ship on the hill. I didn't have a plan, I didn't have a rifle. I only had the truth, a weapon he held in contempt. I stood at the edge of his manicured lawn, looking at the picture window. I saw a figure move past it, Alistair Vancorp. He must have seen me, a dark shape in the pre-dawn gloom, or perhaps he just felt my presence, the way an animal senses a shift in the wind. The patio door slid open and he stepped out. He was wearing a robe. He held a glass of something amber. He didn't look afraid. He looked curious and faintly disgusted. "Judah," he called out, his voice cutting through the still air. "I knew you'd come. The lost soldier returns to the field. Do you have any idea how pathetic you are?" I took a step onto the lawn. The grass was wet with dew. "I have the statements," I said. "I have the proof." "You have nothing," he sneered. "You have the scribblings of failures. By this time tomorrow, you will be the most wanted man in the state, a domestic terrorist, and I will be the victim you targeted." He took a sip from his glass. I continued walking toward him. I was now halfway across the lawn. The motion-sensitive lights on the house flicked on, bathing me in a harsh, white glare. I didn't stop. "You can't win, Judah. The game is rigged. I own the board." I was close enough now to see his face clearly. He was confident, smug in his victory, but his eyes in the brilliant light held a flicker of something else, uncertainty. He had not expected me to walk so openly into his domain. He had expected me to run, to hide. "I'm not playing your game," I said, my voice low but carrying in the silence. "I'm here to tell you that I know, and that knowing is enough. It doesn't matter what you do to me. The truth is out. It's a seed, and it will grow." His smirk faltered. This was not part of his calculus. He understood money, power, and force. He did not understand a man with nothing left to lose, armed only with a conviction. "You're a dead man," he hissed, his composure finally cracking. "Maybe," I said, stopping just 10 feet from him, "but you will have to live with the knowledge that a dead man saw you for what you are, that a dead man broke your perfect, clean world." I heard the sirens then, faint at first, then growing louder, winding their way up the road to his gate. He had called them. Of course he had. He looked at me and a slow, cold smile spread across his face. He had won. I didn't move. I just stood there, waiting in the blinding light as the police cars, their lights flashing blue and red, skidded to a halt on his gravel driveway. The truth was my weapon, and I had just fired it. Now I had to wait and see where the bullet would land. The officers moved with a trained, cautious aggression, fanning out across the lawn. Their guns were drawn, aimed at the center of the light, aimed at me. I kept my hands visible and open at my sides. I did not look at them. I kept my eyes on Vancorp. He had taken a step back into the shadow of the patio, his glass held tight, his face a mask of composed victory. He was the respectable citizen, disturbed by a dangerous intruder. One of the officers was shouting, his voice distorted by adrenaline and the distance. "Get on the ground, now, get on the ground." I slowly lowered myself to my knees, then lay forward on the damp grass, the smell of earth and chlorophyll filling my senses. A knee pressed into my back, a hand cuffed my wrists behind me. The metal was cold and final. They pulled me to my feet. As they marched me toward the waiting cars, I turned my head for a final look at Vancorp. He was still smiling, a small, tight expression of triumph. He gave me a slight, almost imperceptible nod. It was the acknowledgement of a checkmate he had orchestrated. They put me in the back of a squad car. I watched through the window as a sergeant approached Vancorp on the patio. I saw Vancorp gesture, playing the part of the shaken but resilient leader. He would be magnanimous. He would express pity for the troubled veteran. He would assure them that Northwood stood with the community. The car pulled away, carrying me down the hill. The sun was just cresting the horizon, setting the surface of Iron Lake on fire. It was the same lake, the same town, but I was seeing it from the other side now. I was the ghost they would lock away, the story they would tell to warn others. They took me to the county jail. The processing was a blur of fingerprints and mugshots and impersonal questions. They put me in a holding cell. The door clanged shut with a sound that echoed through the concrete and steel. I sat on the bare bench and waited. I had played my last card. All I could do now was wait for the world to turn. It was hours later when a guard came for me. I was taken to an interrogation room. Hannah was there, sitting across the table. Her face was pale, her hands clasped tightly in front of her. The look she gave me was not one of anger, but of profound sorrow. "Why, Judah, why did you go to him?" "I had to," I said. "He needed to see that he wasn't untouchable. He needed to see my face." "You played right into his hands. The DA is drawing up charges. Terrorism, stalking, trespassing. He's going to bury you, and he's using your evidence to do it. He's claiming you coerced those statements, that you threatened those people." I knew he would, but the seed is planted. The story is out there now. It can be untold. Just then the door to the interrogation room opened. A young, nervous-looking deputy lined in. "Sheriff, you need to see this." Hannah stood, her chair scraping against the floor. She followed him out, leaving me alone in the silent room. I stared at the two-way mirror at my own reflection. I looked tired, I looked empty, but I did not look defeated. Several minutes passed before the door opened again. It was Hannah. Her expression had changed completely. The sorrow was gone, replaced by a stunned, electrified focus. "What is it?" I asked. "Maria Flores," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "She's here. She just walked into the station lobby with a reporter from the state newspaper, and she's not alone. Phil Dern is with her, and the bookkeeper, and the surveyor. They all came. They saw the news about your arrest. They saw what Vancorp was trying to do." She took a step closer to the table, her eyes blazing. "They ray not recanting, Judah. They ray reaffirming every word. They ray telling their stories right now to that reporter. They ray saying you didn't coerce them. You gave them a voice." I closed my eyes. The bullet had landed. It had taken my freedom, but it had shattered his silence. The ghost had chosen to speak. The reckoning had begun. The room seemed to tilt, the air itself charged with a new and volatile energy. Hannah was already moving, her mind racing ahead, recalculating the entire board. "This changes everything," she said, more to herself than to me. "A public challenge. He can discredit all of them, not when they race standing together." She left again, and I was returned to my cell, but the atmosphere in the jail had shifted. It was a subtle thing, a change in the way the guards looked at me, not with contempt now, but with a wary curiosity. The story was escaping, leaking out of the station house and into the world. I could feel it. The hours bled into the next day. My court-appointed lawyer, a harried man with a stack of files, came to see me. He explained the charges, the severity, the likely outcome, life in prison. He spoke of plea deals, of mitigating circumstances. I listened, but I was only waiting. Then in the afternoon, a different guard, an older man with tired eyes, unlocked my cell. "You have a visitor, not the lawyer." It was Hannah again, but this time she was not in the interrogation room. She was standing just outside the cell block in a more informal hallway. She held a tablet computer. "It has started," she said, her voice tight with a controlled excitement. "The story broke an hour ago. Front page online, the ghosts of Iron Lake speak out against Vancorp. It names names. It details the threats, the forgeries, the environmental cover-ups. It quotes all of them." She turned the screen toward me. I saw the headline, the professional layout. Below it, the comments were already flooding in, a torrent of outrage and support. "And this," she said, swiping the screen. "A local news van is parked outside Northwood S headquarters. They raid demanding a statement. The State Attorney General's office has just announced they are opening a preliminary inquiry into the allegations." She looked at me, her gaze intense. "You were right, Judah. The site grew. He tried to bury you, but you were the stone he tripped over." "Where is he?" I asked. "He has gone to ground. No statement, no appearance. His lawyers are putting up walls, but the walls have windows now. Everyone is looking in." The guard cleared his throat. "Time is up, Sheriff." Hannah nodded, then looked back at me. "I am going to testify, Judah, before the inquiry. I am going to tell them about his visit to my office, about the file, about his attempt to manipulate the investigation. It is not just your fight anymore. It belongs to everyone he ever stepped on." She left and I was taken back to my cell, but the cell no longer felt like an end. It felt like a pause. The world was turning without me, but it was turning in the direction I had pushed it. Vancorp was not in a jail, but he was in a cage of his own making, surrounded by the consequences he had so carefully evaded for a lifetime. He was learning that a king could be toppled not just by a revolution, but by the quiet, cumulative weight of 1,000 truths. And I knew with a deep and abiding certainty that wherever he was finally, truly afraid. The days that followed were a strange limbo. I was still in custody, the wheels of justice grinding slowly, but the world outside was transforming. New witnesses came forward, emboldened by Maria and Phil and the others. A former Vancorp security guard gave a sworn statement about being ordered to intimidate homeowners. An anonymous tip led the EPA to a previously undisposed chemical dump site near the old quarry. My lawyer's demeanor changed from harried pessimism to cautious optimism. The terrorism charge was dropped. The others remained, but their context had shifted. I was no longer a lone wolf, but a catalyst. I was reading a copy of the latest newspaper article in my cell when the guard came for me again. "There was a man here to see you," he said. "He left this for you." He handed me a plain, unsealed envelope through the bars. Inside was a single sheet of high-quality stationery. There was no signature. The message was brief, written in a sharp, angular hand. "The fortress is compromised. The king has abandoned his throne. You have your victory. It is emptier than you can possibly imagine." I held the paper, feeling the expensive weave of the fibers. It was not an apology. It was a statement of fact. Vancorp was finished. He wasn't just hiding, he was gone. Rumors were already swirling of a private jet to a country with no extradition treaty. He had cut his losses and run, leaving his empire to crumble behind him. I crumpled the note in my fist. He was wrong. It wasn't empty. Let him sit in his distant villa, surrounded by his stolen wealth, looking over his shoulder for the rest of his life. He would never know a moment's peace. I was in a jail cell, but for the first time since I'd come home, I was free. The following week, Hannah visited with the district attorney. A deal was on the table. Time served with probation in exchange for my full cooperation with the state and federal investigations. My testimony was no longer about my crimes, but about his. I looked at Hannah. She gave a single, firm nod. I took the deal. The day I walked out of the county jail, the sunlight was painfully bright. The air was clean and sharp. Hannah was waiting by her car, leaning against the door. She didn't smile, but her eyes were clear. "What now?" she asked. I looked past her down the road that led into town, to the lake, to the ridge where Vancorp's empty house stood as a monument to his failure. The hunt was over. The ghost had been laid to rest. Now I said I go home. The first thing I did was drive to the lake. I didn't go to my rented room. I went to the public access point, the one where Sila's and I used to skip stones as kids. I stood on the gravel shore and looked out at the water. It was the same view, but it felt different. The weight was gone. A few days later, I was staying in a cabin on the far side of the lake, a quiet place owned by a friend of Phil Dern's. Hannah came by in the evenings. We didn't talk much about the case. It was moving on its own momentum now, a river that had broken its dam. We talked about other things, small things. I started working with my hands again, helping Phil with some repairs on his property. The physical labor was a kind of medicine. My mind, for so long a single-purpose instrument, began to quiet. The sharp edges of my thoughts began to soften. Weeks turned into a month. The official investigations were sprawling, complex things that would take years to fully untangle. Northwood was being dismantled, its assets frozen, its name a byword for corruption. I was a witness, not a target. One afternoon, I was in the hardware store in town, buying nails. I felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned around. It was Maria Flores. She didn't say anything. She just hugged me, a tight, fierce embrace. When she let go, her eyes were wet. "Thank you," she whispered, and then she was gone. That was the moment it felt real. It wasn't about winning or losing. It was about a woman getting her garden back. It was about a man like Phil Dern keeping his land. It was about a town no longer living in the shadow of a ship on a hill. I walked out of the store and stood on the sidewalk. The sun was warm on my face. People passed by, some nodded, some looked away. The town was healing, and it was a messy, complicated process. I was a part of that mess. I was no longer a ghost, but I wasn't quite a regular person either. I was something in between, a man who had come back from the edge and found a reason to stay. I took a deep breath and started walking home. The path to the cabin was soft with pine needles, and the air smelled of coming rain. I saw Hannah's car parked out front, and she was sitting on the porch steps, a file folder resting beside her. She watched me approach, her expression unreadable. "They found him," she said as I reached the steps. I stopped. I didn't have to ask who. "Where?" "A hotel room in Zurich. He was alone. The official report is a heart attack. The unofficial one is that he'd been dead for 2 days before anyone found him. There was no one left to check." I looked past her into the dark green of the woods. I had expected to feel something triumph or maybe a final, fleeting anger. But there was nothing, just a vast, quiet emptiness. He had died as he lived, in a sterile room, disconnected from the world he had tried to own. "So that's it," I said. "Not quite," Hannah replied. She picked up the folder and handed it to me. "This came for you, from his lawyers. It's a copy of his will." I opened the folder. The legal language was dense, but the meaning was clear. He had no heirs, no family. The vast poisoned empire of Vancorp was to be liquidated, the proceeds placed into a blind trust. The sole beneficiary of that trust was a foundation tasked with the environmental restoration of the Iron Lake watershed and the establishment of a permanent land conservancy. The document named a single advisor to the Foundation's board, whose approval was required for all major expenditures. My name was on that line. I looked at Hannah, stunned. She gave a small, wry shake of her head. "He couldn't help himself," she said. "Even from the grave, it's a move, a final piece on the board. He makes you his executor. He forces you to be the caretaker of everything he almost destroyed. It's his last word." I closed the folder. The paper felt heavy in my hand, a last will and testament that was also a confession and a curse. He was giving me the one thing he knew I wanted, but forcing me to take it from him, to be bound to his legacy forever. "What are you going to do?" Hannah asked. I thought of the lake, of the trees, of the quiet. I thought of Maria's garden. I dropped the folder onto the porch step. It landed with a soft thud. "I am going to let the lawyers handle it," I said. "I'll sign what needs signing, but I am not going to be his keeper. I am not going to live in his house or spend his money. Let the foundation do its work. I am done." Hannah stood up and came to me. She put a hand on my arm. "Good," she said, "then let it go." We stood there together as the first drops of rain began to fall, tapping lightly on the roof of the cabin. The past was finally completely behind us. The future was a clean, open road. The rain fell harder, a steady drumming that washed the dust from the leaves and filled the air with the scent of wet earth. We went inside the cabin and I built a fire in the stone hearth. The flames caught, painting the room in shifting shades of orange and gold. Hannah sat on the rug, her arms wrapped around her knees, watching the fire. "It's over, Judah," she said, her voice soft against the crackle of the wood. I nodded, poking at a log with an iron. "It is." We stayed like that for a long time, not speaking, just listening to the storm outside and the fire within. The world felt still, the frantic energy of the past months finally dissipated. There was no enemy to fight, no truth to uncover. There was only the quiet. A few weeks later, I signed the papers that appointed a neutral third party to manage the Vancorp Foundation. I kept the cabin, but I used a small initial disbursement from the trust to buy the land from Phil Dern. He refused the money at first, but I told him it wasn't tea from me, and it wasn't tea from Vancorp. It was from the land itself, paying its own way. He finally agreed on the condition that he could still hunt the back 40. Life settled into a rhythm I had forgotten was possible. I fished. I repaired the cabin's roof. I had dinner with Hannah most nights. The reporters eventually stopped calling. The story of Vancorp became a chapter in the town's history, a cautionary tale they taught in the local high school. One evening in late autumn, I was walking the perimeter of my land, the leaves crunching under my boots. I came to the high ridge that looked out over Iron Lake. The water was slate gray under a twilight sky. From here, you could just see the outline of the Vancorp estate, dark and empty against the tree line. It was scheduled for demolition in the spring, the land to be returned to the wild. I stood there until the last light faded, until the house was just a deeper shade of shadow in the night. I felt no pull toward it, no lingering ghost. The dead man had spoken his piece, and I had listened. I had lived with the knowledge, just as I said I would, and in the end it had not broken me. It had made me whole. I turned and walked back toward the warm lights of the cabin, ready for the rest of my life to begin. The first frost came early that year, silvering the grass and tracing the bare branches of the maples in white. I was splitting wood behind the cabin when I heard a car door slam. It was Hannah holding up a brown paper bag. "I got pie," she called, "and news." We sat at the small wooden table, the steam from our coffee cups rising into the warm air. She told me about the final settlement. The foundation was fully operational, the first restoration projects already underway along the creek beds. The state had seized the remaining Vancorp assets, and the criminal cases against his lieutenants were proceeding, a slow but steady reckoning. Then she pushed a small, folded piece of newsprint across the table. It was an obituary from a Swiss newspaper, translated into English. It was brief and clinical, noting the death of a wealthy, reclusive American businessman. There was no mention of a company, or a legacy, or anyone mourning his passing. It was the emptiest thing I had ever read. I slid it back to her. She took it and fed it into the wood stove. We watched it curl and blacken and vanish into flame. After she left, I put on my coat and walked down to the lake. The water was perfectly still, a mirror for the cold, bright stars. I thought about the note he had sent me, about the emptiness of victory. He was wrong because he measured things in ownership and control. He thought I had wanted to win. A loon called across the water, a lonely, beautiful sound that echoed in the vast quiet. I had not won anything. I had simply stopped losing. I had given back what was never his to take. The silence he left behind was not a void, it was peace. I stood there until the cold seeped through my jacket, then turned back toward the cabin. The light in the window was a small, warm promise in the night. It was enough. It was more than enough. The winter was long and deep, but it was a quiet kind of deep, the sort that mends things. I spent my days cutting wood and reading books I'd meant to read for years. Hannah's visits were the punctuation in my weeks, the solid ground I walked on. We didn't talk about the past anymore. We talked about the future, about small, possible things. A garden she wanted to plant, a trip she wanted to take. When the thaw finally came, turning the snow to a steady drip from the eaves, a man in a suit showed up at my door. He was from the Foundation's new management board. He had charts and projections and a request. They wanted to hold a small, private ceremony when they tore down the Vancorp house. They thought I should be there to say a few words. I told him no, I had nothing to say to that place or to the memory of the man who built it. The work the Foundation was doing was good, but it was its own thing now. It didn't need my blessing, and it certainly didn't need his ghost hovering over it. The man nodded as if he expected that answer and left. I watched his car disappear down the muddy track. The past was a country I had no intention of visiting again. A week later, on the day the bulldozers were scheduled to roll, I went fishing. I took my old rod and a packed lunch and hiked to a spot on the lake far from the Vancorp shore. I cast my line into the cold, clear water and waited. I didn't think about the house or the man or the sound of its walls coming down. I thought about the fish and the sun on the water and the way the pine trees stood against the sky. I must have sat there for hours. I didn't catch a thing. It didn't matter. I was just a man by a lake on a day like any other. And when I packed up my gear to walk home, the air was clean, and the only sound was the wind in the trees, a sound that belonged to no one. Story 3. The scent hit him first, a coppery tang laced with something chemical and sweet, like burnt almonds and old pennies. It was a smell that didn't belong in the grand foyer of a house like this, a smell that spoke of things violently out of place. Luke breathed it in, letting it settle in the back of his throat, a familiar and unwelcome guest. It was the smell of a story, the kind that ended badly for everyone involved. He had been summoned by a name he thought he'd left in the dust, a byline from a career that had cratered in a spectacular and public display of misplaced trust. The call came from a lawyer representing the Vancroft family, the kind of old money industrial dynasty that built cities and thought themselves above the laws that governed them. They needed someone to look into an old matter, a delicate situation. They needed someone discreet, and Luke understood without it being said, someone expendable. He was both. The patriarch Cornelius Vancroft received him in a library that felt more like a tomb for forgotten knowledge. The air was thick with the smell of leather and dust, a feeble barrier against the metallic ghost that had greeted Luke at the door. Cornelius was a man carved from granite and old grievances, his voice a dry rustle of fallen leaves. "My daughter, Belinda," he said, the name hanging in the air between them. "It will be 20 years this October. The police, the private investigators, they all failed. They were looking for a monster in the shadows. I believe the monster was much closer to home." He slid a slim file across the vast expanse of his desk. It contained the official narrative. Belinda Vancroft, 24, beautiful, troubled, vanished from the family's coastal estate after a summer party. No body, no ransom note, no compelling evidence of foul play. A society column mystery that had long since faded from public memory. But the smell in the foyer told a different story, a story of an ending, not a disappearance. Luke's investigation began in the archives of dying newspapers and in the memories of retired cops who spoke in vague, cautious tones. The official record was a clean, whitewashed wall. He needed a chisel. He needed Harlow. He found her in a converted warehouse that hummed with the heat of overworked servers. The air smelled of solder and cold pizza. Harlow was a wisp of a woman, all sharp angles and sharper eyes, her fingers a blur over a keyboard lit by the cold blue light of multiple monitors. She was a ghost in the machine, a legend in certain dark corners of the web, and she was, for all practical purposes, a prisoner. Her legal guardian, a man named Byron who wore expensive suits and a perpetual expression of disdain, had allowed the meeting with the reluctant approval of the Vancroft legal team. He watched from the doorway, a silent sentinel. "Byron doesn't like me talking to strangers," Harlow said, her voice a low monotone, her eyes never leaving her screens. "He says I have a fragile constitution. He says the world is too loud for me." Luke placed a single, faded photograph of Belinda Vancroft on the desk. "The world is full of people who go missing," he said. "I am trying to find one." Harlow glanced at the photo, then at Luke. Her gaze was unsettling, a deep, still water that seemed to see right through the crumbling facade of his own confidence. She turned back to her screens. Everyone leaves a digital footprint, even in the 90s, especially if they ray rich. It has just buried deeper. Her fingers danced and lines of code cascaded down the monitors like digital rain. Let us go digging. Their partnership was an uneasy alliance of analog and digital, of shoe leather and silicon. Luke walked the sun-bleached cliffs of the Vancroft estate, feeling the salt spray on his skin, interviewing the family retainers who had been paid well for their silence. He spoke with Belinda's older brother, Caden, now the polished and perpetually smiling head of the family's corporate philanthropy wing. Caden was charm itself, his grief a perfectly tailored suit, but his eyes were like shards of ice when he spoke of his sister's wildness, her instability. "She was always running towards the edge," Luke Caden said, sipping mineral water on a terrace overlooking the sea. "Some people, you just can't pull them back. You have to accept that they jumped." Meanwhile, Harlow dove deep, her world the hum of her machines and the ghostly trails of data. She found the whispers. Canceled credit card charges from a gas station 200 miles away made the day after Belinda vanished. A shell company, a phantom firm with ties to Vancroft Industries that had purchased a remote property upstate around the same time. She uncovered Belinda's secret life, a world away from the debutante balls and charity galas, an alias, a rented room in a bohemian part of the city, a relationship with a young artist who had died in a hit-and-run 6 months after Belinda disappeared. "It wasn't a random accident," Harlow whispered over a secure line, her voice crackling with a rare energy. "The police report is a joke. The driver was never found. The car was reported stolen from a long-term parking lot at the airport. It's too clean." They met in the dead of night, in anonymous diners that smelled of stale coffee and grease, trading fragments of the truth. Luke brought the human texture, the fear in a groundskeeper's eyes when he mentioned a specific tool shed that had since been demolished, the way Cornelius's wife flinched at the sound of the ocean. Harlow brought the cold, hard architecture of the lie, the financial transactions, the erased emails, the digital footprints leading back to a single, powerful source within the Vancroft empire. The heart of the mystery began to beat, a terrible, slow rhythm. It was about more than a missing girl. It was about a family business built on toxic secrets, on land deals and chemical dumping that had poisoned a whole town decades ago, a scandal Belinda had stumbled upon. It was about the ruthless preservation of a name, a legacy of quiet violence. The tension coiled tighter. Luke found a witness, an old, half-broken man who had worked security for a Vancroft subsidiary. He spoke of a late-night delivery to the estate, of a heavy, rolled-up carpet, of a metallic, coppery smell that clung to the men who carried it. He spoke of a young Caden Vancroft, then just a man in his 20s, directing the operation with a cold, grim efficiency. The boy had his father's eyes, the old man wheezed, the memory haunting him. But he had his own kind of cruelty. The pieces clicked into place with a sound that was almost audible. Belinda had discovered the evidence of the environmental cover-up. She had threatened to expose it all. She had to be silenced. and Caden, the golden son, the protector of the family fortune, had done what he thought was necessary. The artist boyfriend was collateral damage, a loose end neatly tied up. Luke and Harlow had the truth, a truth built on whispers and ghosts and the unshakable certainty that comes from connecting a constellation of dark stars. But they had no proof that would stand in a court of law. It was a story, a beautiful, terrible story, and without a body, it was just a ghost. They decided to confront Cornelius. They went to the estate, to the library, and laid it all out. The old man listened, his face a mask of weathered stone. When they were finished, he did not deny it. He simply nodded, a slow, weary descent of his head. "You are very good at your jobs," he said, his voice hollow. "Belinda was a fire. She would have burned it all down, everything we built. Caden, he is a practical boy. He did what his mother and I could not." It was then that Byron stepped out of the shadows near the door. He was not alone. Caden stood beside him, his charming smile gone, replaced by a look of flat, predatory calm. "A fascinating theory," Caden said, "a tragedy, really. The disgraced journalist, obsessed with a dead girl, and the unstable hacker, her mind finally broken by the trauma of her own past. They came here, made wild accusations, and in a tragic turn of events, a struggle ensued." Luke felt the world slow down, the scene becoming crystalline and sharp. He saw the way Byron's hand rested on Harlow's shoulder, a possessive, controlling grip that made her flinch. He saw the utter lack of surprise on her face. She had known this was a possible, even a probable outcome. She had run the probabilities in her machine-like mind. "You knew," Luke whispered to her. Her eyes met his, and in their depths he saw not fear, but a profound and weary resignation. "Byron doesn't like me talking to strangers," she repeated, her mantra, her prison. "He told me to help you. He told me what you would find. He works for them. He always has." The betrayal was not a knife, but a slow, chilling frost. He had been a pawn, led to the truth only to be silenced with it. Harlow had been the key, a key they controlled. He had dragged her into the light, only for them to snuff her out alongside him. Caden took a step forward, and in his hand was not a gun, but a heavy, crystal paperweight. It was more intimate, more fitting for the story. The last thing Luke saw was the cold finality in Caden's eyes. The last thing he smelled was that same coppery, chemical tang, now overwhelming, the scent of the story's end, the scent that had been waiting for him in this house from the very beginning. The scent hit her first, a coppery tang laced with something chemical and sweet, like burnt almonds and old pennies. It was a smell that didn't belong in the grand foyer of a house like this. Harlow stood just inside the doorway, a new file in her hands, a new investigator, older, more cautious, standing beside her. Byron was a silent shadow behind them. "The family is very grateful for your discretion," the new man was saying, his voice a low murmur. "It's a delicate matter, a missing persons case from some years back, a daughter. We just want to find some closure." Harlow nodded, her eyes sweeping the vast, silent space. She looked at the investigator, a man with a tired face and a broken spirit, and she felt a pang of something like pity, or perhaps it was just recognition. She turned her gaze forward towards the dark mouth of the library where the patriarch waited. The metallic scent filled her nostrils, a promise and a warning. She took a slow breath, the ghost of a lost journalist a whisper in her mind, and prepared to lead another lamb into the dark. The new investigator, a man named Miller with the weary eyes of a former cop, glanced at her. "You get a feeling," he said, not really asking. Harlow just nodded, her throat tight. The smell was a living thing here, a stain on the air. It was the smell of the story Luke had tried to tell, the one they had buried with him in an unmarked grave of silence. Cornelius Vancroft was older now, more shrunken, as if the granite of him was finally eroding. He sat in the same high-backed chair, the same leather-bound books standing as silent witnesses. He did not look at Harlow, not directly. His eyes settled on Miller, another hired hand, another problem to be managed. "My grandson Elias," Cornelius began, his voice a dry rustle. He has been asking questions, unwise questions. He believes his aunt was a martyr. He is young and he has a sentimental heart. We need you to find the truth. The real truth, not the fantasies of a troubled boy." Miller took out a notepad. "And what is the real truth, Mr. Bancroft?" "That she left, that she chose to disappear, that the world she came from was too much for her. We want you to find evidence of her life after she walked away, to give my grandson peace." Harlow's fingers twitched at her sides. She knew the script. She was here to guide Miller through the digital fairy tale, to show him the carefully crafted breadcrumbs of a life that never was. She was the key, the only one who could make the lie look real. Byron's hand was a light pressure on her back, a reminder. She led Miller to a small, soundproofed study they had prepared for her use. Her servers were already humming, a familiar, imprisoning song. She pulled up the files, the same ones she had helped create over the past year. A blurred photo from a security camera in Lisbon, a woman with Belinda-esque build. A bank account with small, regular withdrawals in Marseille. A trail leading away, not toward a body. Miller lined in, squinting at the screen. "It's thin." "It's what there is," Harlow said, her voice flat. "People who don't want to be found are good at hiding." She worked through the day, weaving the digital ghost, feeling Miller's skepticism slowly erode under the weight of fabricated data. He was thorough, but he was looking for a runaway, not a murder victim. He was asking the questions they wanted him to ask. That night, as Miller slept in the guest wing, Harlow sat alone in the humming silence. A prompt flashed on her private, encrypted screen, a line of code only she would understand. It was from an address she had carved out of the deep web, a ghost of her own making. It was a single word. "Remember." Her fingers hovered over the keyboard. She looked at the door, knowing Byron was on the other side. She thought of Luke, of the cold finality in Caden's eyes. She thought of the old, broken security guard and the smell of the carpet. She had helped build the cage around that truth, but she had also left a backdoor, a single, fragile thread. She typed a response, her heart hammering against her ribs. "The boy, find the boy." Elias Bancroft was the variable, the grandson asking questions. He was the only one who might be listening, the only one who might believe the story Luke died for. She was setting a new pawn on the board, a dangerous, desperate move. Byron would be watching, Caden would be waiting, but as the coppery scent of the house seeped under the door, Harlow knew the story wasn't over. It was just waiting for someone else to breathe it in. The reply came hours later, a string of numbers that resolved into a single, encrypted message. "He is looking for you. He found the artist's sister." Harlow's blood went cold. The artist, Belinda's lost love, that was a thread they had thought permanently severed. The sister had been paid off, relocated, her memory of her brother's death carefully reshaped by the family's lawyers and a generous conditional trust fund. If Elias had found her, if he had managed to crack the official narrative, then he was more capable and more reckless than they had anticipated. Miller's investigation continued its placid, preordained course the next morning. He was now focused on the Marseille lead, a complete fiction that Harlow had to painstakingly reinforce with fake immigration records and a ghostly social media presence. She could feel Byron's eyes on the back of her neck, a constant, chilling presence. He knew she was agitated. He could always tell. "Is there a problem, Harlow?" he asked, his voice a low, smooth poison. "You seem distracted. The investigator needs your full focus. We wouldn't want him to get the wrong idea." "No problem," she murmured, her fingers flying across the keys, building the lie. "The data is just complex." Later in the library, Miller presented his preliminary findings to Cornelius. "The European trail is promising, sir. Fragmented but promising. It aligns with the theory of a voluntary disappearance." Cornelius gave a slow, grave nod, "As I always believed. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Your diligence is appreciated." It was then that the library door opened and Caden Bancroft walked in. He was older too, the lines on his face deeper, but the predatory calm was still there, polished to a high sheen. He didn't look at Miller. His gaze went straight to Harlow, and then to Byron, a silent question passing between them. "Father," Caden said, his voice cutting through the room. "Elias has taken the car." He didn't say where he was going. The air in the library thickened. Cornelius's hand trembled slightly on the arm of his chair. "The boy is restless. It is of no consequence." He was asking the staff questions this morning, Caden continued, his eyes still locked on Byron. About the old groundskeepers, about a tool shed. The coppery scent in the room seemed to intensify, flooding Harlow's senses. The tool shed, the one Luke's witness had mentioned, the one that had been demolished and replaced with a decorative fountain. Elias was not just asking questions in the outside world. He was digging here on the estate itself. He was getting dangerously close to the epicenter. That night Harlow lay in the bed of her gilded cage, a room without sharp corners, and listened. She heard the soft click of her door being locked from the outside, a nightly ritual. She heard the quiet footsteps of Byron patrolling the hall. She waited until the house was utterly silent, save for the hum of her own servers in the study next door. She slid out of bed and went to the wall vent. It was a small, pointless act of defiance, but it was all she had. She pressed her face to the cold metal grate and breathed in the air from the house. The smell was always there, a faint metallic ghost, but tonight it was different. Underneath the chemicals and the dust, she caught a new note, the faint, clean scent of the sea, carried on a night breeze from the cliffs. It was the direction of the old tool shed. And then she heard it, a soft, scraping sound from the other side of her door, not the solid tread of Byron, but something lighter, more hesitant. A piece of paper, thick and expensive, slid soundlessly under the door. She crept forward, her heart a frantic bird in her chest, and picked it up. It was a map of the estate, hand-drawn on Bancroft stationery. One location was circled, not the site of the new fountain, but a spot 10 yards away, near the edge of the cliff. Scrawled beside it in a hurried young hand were 2 words. "He trusted you." Harlow stared at the words until they blurred. The paper felt like a live wire in her hand. "He trusted you." It was not an accusation, it was a plea. It was Elias throwing a lit match into the powder keg of his own family and trusting her to be the one who wouldn't let it be extinguished. The lock on her door clicked. She crumpled the map in her fist, her body going rigid. Byron entered, his silhouette filling the doorway. He didn't turn on the light, he just stood there, watching her in the gloom. "Couldn't sleep?" he asked, his voice dangerously soft. "The servers," she lied, her own voice a dry rustle. "They were running hot. I was checking the cooling systems." He took a step into the room, his eyes scanning the darkness, missing nothing. "The investigation is almost concluded. Miller is satisfied. The family is satisfied. Your part in this is nearly over." He moved closer, his presence sucking the air from the space between them. "Then we can go home, back to our quiet life." Our quiet life, a soundproofed apartment, a monitored existence, the constant, gentle pressure of his control. It was a life sentence she had accepted in exchange for survival after Luke, but the map in her hand felt like a key. The next day was a performance of normalcy. Miller was packing his bags, his report a neat, tidy bow on a box full of lies. Harlow helped him compile the final data, her movements automatic, her mind screaming. She watched from the window as Caden and Cornelius walked the manicured paths, their heads closed together in conversation. They were a fortress, and Elias was a crack in the wall. That afternoon, under the guise of a final system diagnostic, she accessed the estate's security camera archives. It was a risk that made her hands shake, but Byron was distracted, overseeing Miller's departure. She searched for the night Luke died. The footage from the library and the main hall was gone, erased, but she found an exterior camera, a wide-angle shot of the cliff path. The timestamp matched. She saw Luke and herself walk towards the house. Later, she saw 2 figures carrying a long, heavy bundle wrapped in canvas towards the cliffs. And then, just before the tape cut out, she saw a third, smaller figure watching from the shadow of a cypress tree. A boy, Elias. He had seen it. He had been a child, but he had seen. Miller left after a firm handshake with Cornelius and a polite nod to her. The house felt heavier with him gone, the lie now official. Harlow retreated to her study, the map burning a hole in her pocket. She knew what she had to do. It was a trap, of course, it had to be. Either Elias was setting her up, or they were using him to draw her out. But the alternative was to get in the car with Byron and drive away, to let the story die for good. That night she didn't wait for the lock to click. She pretended to take a sleeping pill, lying perfectly still until she heard Byron's footsteps retreat down the hall. Then she moved. She used a thin strip of metal she had hidden inside a keyboard key to jimmy the simple lock on her window. It opened onto a narrow ledge, a 20-foot drop to a manicured hedge below. The salt air hit her face, a shocking slap of freedom. She moved like a ghost along the ledge, found a drain pipe, and shimmied down, her heart pounding in her ears. The grounds were vast and moon-washed. She followed the hand-drawn map, every sense screaming that she was being watched. She reached the spot near the cliff's edge. There was nothing there but overgrown grass and the relentless sound of the waves crashing below. Her hope began to curdle into despair. It had been a trick. Then a voice, quiet as the sea mist, came from behind a large rock. You came. Elias Vancroft stepped out. He was maybe 19, with his aunt's restless eyes and a rawness that hadn't yet been polished away. He held a small, military-grade shovel. He talked about you, Elias said, not wasting a second. The journalist, Luke, he came to see me once before he said you were the only real thing in this whole mess. He thrust the shovel at her. They're watching the front gates. They're not watching this, not anymore. They think it's over. Harlow took the shovel, its weight both terrifying and solid. What are we digging for, Elias? My inheritance, he said, his voice cracking. The truth. They dug. The ground was hard, packed with stone and old roots. The sound of the metal hitting earth seemed deafening in the vast quiet. Harlow expected lights to flood the lawn, for Byron and Caden to come striding out of the darkness at any second. Then the shovel hit something with a dull thud, not rock but something hollow. They dropped to their knees, scraping away the dirt with their hands. It was a heavy, industrial-grade plastic container, sealed with climate-controlled strips. Elias pried the lid open. Inside, nestled in vacuum-sealed bags, were not bones but papers, a lifetime of papers. Belinda's hidden journals detailing the chemical dumping, the names, the dates, photographs of the poisoned river, and a single folded document, a private pathology report for the artist, stating the cause of death was not consistent with a vehicular impact, but with blunt force trauma. It was all here, the proof. They buried it with her, Elias whispered, his face pale in the moonlight. They thought no one would ever look here. They thought the story was buried, too. Harlow looked from the box of damning evidence to the boy's determined face. Luke's ghost was no longer a whisper. It was a roar in her ears. They had the truth, but they were still inside the fortress walls, and the guards were coming. She could feel it. The story was alive again, but it was still a race to see who would be left to tell it. Harlow's eyes darted from the open box to the dark silhouette of the house. It was a vault of secrets, and they had just cracked it open on the lawn. We can take this back inside, she breathed, her mind racing. The LL know. Byron will know I am gone. Elias was already resealing the container, his movements frantic but precise. There's a boat, he said, a small dinghy down in the cove. It's how I get out. We can take this to the mainland. I have a friend, a lawyer. His plan was a house of cards built on the trust of a teenager, but it was the only plan they had. Harlow nodded, her throat tight. Okay, we go now. They lifted the box. It was heavier than it looked, a solid weight of long-buried sin. They had taken only 2 steps toward the cliff path when a calm, familiar voice cut through the night. I am disappointed, Elias, and Harlow, I thought we had an understanding. Byron stood between them and the path to the cove. He wasn't running, he wasn't even out of breath. He was just there, a solid wall of consequence. In his hand was not a gun, but a compact, black object she recognized, a high-voltage taser, intimate and fitting. Elias stepped in front of the box, a futile, brave gesture. "It's over, Byron, we have it all." "It's never over," Byron replied, his gaze fixed on Harlow. "It just changes shape. Give me the box and we can forget this unfortunate lapse. Elias can go back to his studies. You and I can go home." Home, the word was a prison door slamming shut. Harlow looked at the box, at the ghost of Luke, at the boy trying to be a man. She thought of the quiet life, the slow suffocation. She thought of the coppery smell in the foyer, the scent of a story-esque end that had been waiting for her too. "No," she said. The word was quiet, but it hung in the salt air, final. Byron's face hardened. He took a step forward. "Then it ends here." A new voice, cold and sharp as a scalpel, came from behind them. "It seems it does." Caden Vancroft emerged from the shadows near the house, holding a heavy, old-fashioned flashlight. He wasn't looking at Elias or the box. He was looking at Byron. "I tasked you with containment, Byron. This is a significant failure." Byron's posture shifted almost imperceptibly, from hunter to subordinate. "Sir, the situation is under control. I was just retrieving the asset." "The asset," Caden repeated, the word dripping with contempt. He shone the flashlight beam directly into the open box, his eyes scanning the contents. He didn't look surprised. He looked resigned. "My sister always was sentimental. She thought her words could change things." He turned his gaze to Elias. "And you have your aunt's rebellious spirit, but not her intelligence. You've just made this messier." "I am ending it," Elias shot back, his voice trembling with a fury he could no longer contain. "I am ending you." Caden actually smiled, a thin, cruel line. "No, grandson, you are just a continuation of it." He nodded to Byron. "Secure the box. The boy will be dealt with at the clinic in Switzerland." He is clearly unwell. Byron moved toward them. Harlow braced herself, ready to fight, to scream, to do anything. But as Byron reached for the box, his eyes met hers for a fraction of a second. In them, she didn't see the cold enforcer, but something else, a flicker of calculation, of a man realizing his primary asset was about to be permanently devalued. In that frozen moment, a new sound cut through the tension, the distant, but unmistakable wail of a police siren. One, then another, growing closer. Everyone froze. Caden's head snapped up, his composure cracking for the first time. "What is this?" Elias let out a shaky, triumphant breath. "My lawyer friend. I sent him a picture of the first page of the pathology report 5 minutes ago. He didn't wait." Byron looked from the approaching lights at the main gate to Caden, his loyalty suddenly a visible, shifting weight. The balance of power had changed in an instant. The story was no longer contained within the estate walls. It was bleeding out into the world. Caden's face was a mask of cold fury. He took a step backward toward the house, toward the labyrinth of wealth and influence that had protected him for so long. "This changes nothing," he hissed, but the words sounded hollow against the approaching sirens. Harlow stood her ground, the box of truth at her feet, the boy beside her and the broken guardian in front of her. The story was out, it was alive, and for the first time since Luke died, she was no longer a pawn. She was a witness, and she was ready to testify. The sirens carved through the night, their sharp wails converging on the main gate. Lights, blue and red, began to strobe against the dark trunks of the trees, painting the manicured lawn in frantic pulses. Caden was already retreating, his form dissolving into the deeper shadows near the house. He was a man who knew when a battlefield was lost, already planning for the war in the courts and the boardrooms. Byron remained trapped between his orders and the new reality. His eyes, still locked on Harlow, were a storm of reassessment. The asset had become a liability, but she was also his charge, his responsibility. The taser hung loose in his hand. "They'll take you too," Harlow said to him, her voice low and urgent. "You were there, you helped cover it up." "I followed orders," he replied, but the statement lacked its usual iron conviction. The sirens were at the gate now, the crunch of tires on gravel audible over the CS roar. "Then follow new ones," Elias said, his voice raw with adrenaline. "Help us. Testify. It's the only way out for any of us now." Byron's gaze swept from Elias's desperate face to the open box of evidence, then back to Harlow. He gave a single, sharp nod, a soldier switching allegiance in the blink of an eye. He pocketed the taser and bent down, grabbing one handle of the plastic container. "We need to get this to them, now, before he has time to make a call." The three of them, an impossible alliance, lifted the box and hurried toward the approaching lights. They met the first uniformed officers at the edge of the rose garden, their faces young and stern in the flashing glow. "Elias Vancroft," one of them asked, his hand resting on his duty belt. "Yes," Elias gasped, setting down his end of the box. "And this is Harlow Shaw. She has a witness. This box, it contains evidence of murder, of my aunt Belinda Vancroft and a man named Luke O'Brien, and environmental crimes. It's all here." The officers looked skeptical, their training telling them this was a domestic dispute, a rich family's messy drama. But then an unmarked car pulled up, and a tall, weary-looking man in a rumpled suit emerged, Elias's lawyer. He strode forward, bypassing the uniforms. "I am Avery Jones," he said, flashing a badge Harlow couldn't quite see. "I'll take custody of the evidence." He looked at the box, then at Harlow. "You Ray, the one from the article?" Before Harlow could answer, the front door of the mansion opened. Cornelius Vancroft stood framed in the light, leaning heavily on his cane, his face a tragic mask of confusion and betrayal. "Elias, what is the meaning of this? What have you done?" Caden was visible behind him, a hand on his father's shoulder, his expression one of pained concern. "Father, please go back inside. Elias is unwell. He's having another episode. These people are exploiting him." It was a masterful performance, but it was too late. Avery Jones gestured to two of the officers. "Secure the scene, no one in or out. I want everyone separated for questioning." He then looked directly at Caden. "Mr. Vancroft, I have a warrant for your arrest on suspicion of obstruction of justice and conspiracy to commit murder. You have the right to remain silent." As the words were spoken, as Caden's facade of control finally shattered into cold, silent fury, Harlow felt the world tilt. She saw Byron giving a quiet, formal statement to another detective, his enforcer's posture gone, replaced by that of a cooperative witness. She saw Elias, his shoulders slumped not in defeat but in exhaustion, watching as his grandfather was led back inside, a broken old man shielded from the truth until the very end. A female officer approached Harlow, her voice gentle. "Ma'am, we need to get your statement. Are you hurt?" Harlow looked down at her hands, caked with the dirt from the cliffside, the grime of the buried truth. She looked at the open box, where Belinda's words and Luke's ghost now breathed the free, cold air. The coppery scent of the house was finally gone, washed away by the ocean wind and the sterile smell of police procedure. "No," Harlow said, her voice clear and steady for the first time in years. "I am not hurt." She took a deep, clean breath. "I am ready to talk." The interview room in the local precinct was a world away from the Vancroft estate. The air smelled of stale coffee and industrial cleaner, and the fluorescent light hummed overhead, exposing every smudge on the Formica table. Harlow held a polystyrene cup of water, her story spilling out in a calm, measured torrent. She told them about Luke, about the coppery smell, about the erased footage and the two figures carrying their burden to the cliffs. She told them about the map, the dig, and the box. She left nothing out, not even Byron's shifting loyalty, framing it as the desperate pragmatism of a man caught in a collapsing system. When she finished, the detective, a woman named Irons with tired eyes and a steady voice, leaned back. "That's quite a story, Miss Shaw." "That's the truth," Harlow said simply. "We LLC," Irons gathered her notes. "For now, you Ray free to go. We have your contact information. Do you have somewhere to stay?" Harlow walked out of the police station as the sun was rising, painting the sky in hues of orange and gray. The world looked the same, yet utterly different. Avery Jones was waiting for her on the steps, his suit jacket slung over his shoulder. "Elias is with a family friend," he said without preamble. "He safe. Byron's cooperation is significant. He providing names, dates, a full picture of the cover-up. It seems he decided his future lies in being a witness, not a ghost." Harlow just nodded, too drained to feel triumph. "And you," Avery asked, studying her, "what will you do now?" She looked down the road toward the bus station, toward a life she had forgotten how to navigate alone. "I have a story to write," she said, "the right way this time." A week later, she was in a rented room in a city 200 miles away, her laptop open to a blank document. The silence was no longer oppressive, it was full of potential. She began to type, not with the frantic energy of her first attempt, but with the slow, deliberate certainty of an archaeologist brushing the dust from a fossil. She wrote about Luke, not as a victim, but as the catalyst. She wrote about Belinda, the flawed heiress who tried to atone. She wrote about Elias, the inheritor of a poisoned legacy who chose to break the chain. She did not write about Byron or Caden or Cornelius. They were set dressing. The story was about the truth and the fragile, terrifying courage it takes to unearth it. The article, published under her name and Elias S., with Avery Jones S. legal counsel noted at the bottom, landed like a depth charge. It was picked up by every major outlet. The environmental violations alone sparked federal investigations. The reopened inquest into Belinda S.'s death led to new charges. The story of the Vancrofts was no longer a whispered rumor. It was a public record, a case study in corruption. Months later, a plain envelope arrived at her small apartment. There was no return address. Inside was a single, crisp note card. The handwriting was familiar, a controlled, elegant script she had seen on countless work orders. "The quiet life was a cage for me, too. Thank you for breaking the lock, B." She held the card for a long moment, then placed it in a drawer. It was not an apology, and she did not need one. It was an acknowledgement. She closed the drawer and turned back to her window, looking out at the ordinary, noisy free street below. The story was over. Her life, however, was just beginning. She spent the next year rebuilding not just a career, but a self. The byline Harlow Shaw carried weight now, a respected gravity that attracted serious assignments. She turned down the lucrative book deals about the Vancroft case, knowing that to profit from it would somehow taint the hard-won truth. Instead, she wrote about other buried things, other silenced voices, her work infused with a new, unshakable clarity. She was in a small library in another state, researching a piece on forgotten industrial towns when her phone buzzed with an unknown number. She let it go to voicemail, a habit she decultivated. A minute later, a text message appeared. "It's Elias, I am in town, can we talk?" He found her at a quiet corner table in a coffee shop, looking older. The rawness in his eyes had been tempered into a quiet resolve. He carried a small, flat package under his arm. "I am leaving," he said after they exchanged pleasantries that felt both strange and familiar. "Changing my name. The trust fund is gone, seized in the settlements, and it's a relief. I am going to study environmental law. It's what she would have wanted." Harlow smiled. It was the right path. "I am glad, Elias." He slid the package across the table. "I found this when I was finally clearing out my grandfather's study." After the verdict, he just faded away. I think he knew on some level the whole time. He just couldn't face it. Elias paused. "This is for you. I think it was always meant for you." Back in her rented room, Harlow unwrapped the package. It was a book, a first edition of a collection of essays by an obscure philosophical journalist. Tucked inside the front cover was a photograph. Luke, younger than she had ever known him, was sitting on a stone wall, laughing at something just outside the frame. He looked unburdened, full of a light she had only seen glimpses of. On the back, in his familiar, sprawling hand, he had written, "The truth is a stubborn stain. Thank you for seeing it in me." It wasn't a message from the grave. It was a reminder of who he had been before the story consumed him, and who she had become because of it. She placed the photograph inside the book and set it on her shelf, not as a shrine, but as a benchmark. The work was never done. The world was full of quiet houses hiding loud lies, and she had learned how to listen. She picked up her keys, locked her door, and walked out into the bustling evening, ready for the next story, whatever it might be. The city air was thick with the smell of rain and exhaust, a far cry from the salt and pine of the coast. Harlow walked without a clear destination, the weight of Elia's visit and the photograph a quiet, settled thing inside her. It was no longer a wound, but a compass. She found herself outside a nondescript brick building, a community center in a part of the city the glossy magazines never featured. A poster was taped to the door, flapping in the damp breeze. It was for a tenants' rights meeting. The building's owner, a corporate landlord with a bland, friendly logo, was trying to evict long-term residents for a luxury conversion. The story was a classic, but the faces in the grainy photocopied pictures were new. They were tired, angry, and determined. A woman about her own age came out, holding a stack of flyers. She looked at Harlow, a stranger loitering on the steps. "Can I help you?" Harlow looked past her into the dimly lit hall where a handful of people were arranging folding chairs. She could feel it, the low hum of a story waiting to be told. It wasn't a buried box, but it was a buried truth. It was a different kind of ghost, one of displacement and silent financial violence. "I am a journalist," Harlow said, and the word felt solid, real, and earned on her tongue. "I was wondering if I could listen." The woman studied her for a moment, then nodded, a flicker of hope cutting through her exhaustion. "We need all the listeners we can get." Harlow stepped inside. The floor was scuffed linoleum, the chairs mismatched. It was a world away from the Vancroft marble, but the stakes were just as high for the people here. She took a seat in the back, pulling out her notebook. She didn't start writing immediately. She just listened as a man with a gentle voice and weary eyes began to speak about his sick wife, his fear of losing their home, about the legal notices he didn't understand. The story was starting again, not with a siren-esque wail, but with a quiet, collective breath. Harlow opened her notebook. She was ready. The man's voice was a low, steady current against the hum of the faulty fluorescent light. Harlow wrote down his words, not just the facts of the eviction notice, but the way his hands trembled slightly as he held the paper, the defensive set of his shoulders. She saw the way the others in the room leaned forward, their own anxieties reflected in his story. This was not a single mystery to be solved, but a systemic rot, and her pen felt like a scalpel, precise and necessary. The woman who had greeted her, whose name was Lena, came and sat in the empty chair beside her after the meeting had broken into smaller, more frantic discussions. "So, think anyone will care?" she asked, her tone not challenging, but deeply weary. "I care," Harlow said, closing her notebook. "That's where it starts." She looked at Lena, really looked at her. She had the same resilient light in her eyes that Luke had, that Belinda Vancroft must have had before the family machinery tried to grind it out. "Tell me everything, not just the legal parts. Tell me about the kids who have to change schools, the grandmother who tends the rooftop garden. Tell me about the life they were trying to bury." Lena held her gaze for a long moment, then a slow, genuine smile broke through her exhaustion. "Okay," she said, "okay." She began to talk, and Harlow listened, her own past a quiet anchor in the storm of this new present. The work was the same, only the battlefield had changed. And this time she knew how to fight. The following weeks were a whirlwind of a different sort. There were no clandestine meetings in gardens or threats in opulent halls. Instead, Harlow's days were filled with the gritty details of city bureaucracy, with poring over public housing records and corporate ownership structures that were deliberately opaque. She sat in cramped, overheated apartments, drinking weak tea and listening. She heard about a community pantry run from a third-floor landing, about a handyman who fixed lakes for free, about the silent, creeping fear that came with every official-looking letter. Her article, when it was published, was a meticulous, damning portrait. It wove the personal stories of Lena and her neighbors with the cold, hard data of predatory real estate practices. It was not a flashy, explosive piece about a single murder, but a slow, deep burn that caught the attention of city council members and, more importantly, public interest lawyers. One afternoon her phone rang. It was Lena. "They've backed off," she said, her voice trembling with a disbelieving joy. "The eviction notices are on hold. The city is launching a full review. We did it." "You did it," Harlow corrected gently, a smile spreading across her face. "I just held up a mirror." She hung up and looked around her small apartment. The silence was no longer something to be filled or feared. It was simply space to think, to breathe, to choose her next step. The Vancroft story had been a crucible, forcing her to find a strength she didn't know she possessed. This new work was affirmation, a conscious choice to use that strength. She was not just a witness anymore. She was a tool for excavation, and there was always more ground to break. The world was vast and full of hidden stories, and she had only just begun to listen. The victory in Lena S. building was a quiet one, absent of sirens and flashing lights, but the satisfaction was no less profound. It settled in Harlow S. bones, a deep and lasting warmth. She continued to cover similar stories, building a modest but respected reputation as a journalist who didn't chase headlines, but unearthed the systemic injustices hidden in plain sight. Her life developed a new rhythm, built on purpose rather than paranoia. It was on a rainy Tuesday, while she was sorting through a stack of old municipal budget reports, that another envelope arrived. This one was larger, legal-sized and stiff. The return address was a law firm she didn't recognize. Inside was a formal letter and a smaller, sealed envelope tucked behind it. The letter explained that, pursuant to the final settlement of the Vancroft estate, a small, discretionary fund left by the late Belinda Vancroft for educational and artistic endeavors had been dispersed. As the sole beneficiary named in a recently discovered codicil to her will, Harlow Shaw was the recipient. The amount was not life-changing, but it was significant. It was freedom. It was a year's rent, a reliable car, the ability to pursue a story without worrying about the next paycheck. It was a final, posthumous gift from the woman whose truth she had helped exhume. Her fingers trembled slightly as she picked up the smaller envelope. It was the one that had been tucked away. It was addressed to her in Belinda's own handwriting. She opened it. The note was brief. "Harlow, if you are reading this, it means you were braver than I was. Use this not to look back, but to see more clearly. The world needs better listeners." "Thank you, but..." Harlow sat for a long time, the rain pattering against her window, the two pieces of paper on the desk before her. One was a transaction, a closing of a legal account. The other was an inheritance of an entirely different kind. It was a passing of the torch. She folded the note and placed it back in its envelope. Then she picked up the lawyer's letter. She knew what she would do. She would pay off her debts. She would buy a better recorder. She would fund her own investigation into a lead about water rights she'd been putting off for months. She would use it to listen. She stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the wet, gleaming streets. The past was not a ghost to be feared, but a foundation to be built upon. The future was a story not yet written, and she had the pen. She turned back to her desk, to the budget reports and the quiet, patient work of truth. She was ready. The water rights lead took her to a dusty county in the southwest, where the air was dry and the secrets were buried deep in the earth. The advance from Belinda's fund bought her a reliable four-wheel drive and the time to gain the trust of the local farmers, whose wells were running salt. They were a skeptical, sun-leathered bunch, but they recognized a genuine listener when they saw one. Harlow didn't arrive with a preconceived narrative. She arrived with a notebook and a willingness to sit on porch swings for hours, talking about everything but the water, until the real story began to seep through. It was during one of these long, hot afternoons that her phone vibrated with a news alert. Caden Vancroft had been found dead in his cell. The official report was suicide. She read the short, clinical article twice, then set her phone face down on the worn wooden planks of the porch. The old man she was interviewing, a rancher named Joe with eyes the color of the sky, paused his story about the first time the water turned bad. "Trouble?" he asked, his voice gravelly with age and dust. Harlow looked out at the parched fields, at the relentless sun. "An old story," she said. "It just ended." Joe nodded slowly, as if he understood everything. "Some plants only bloom when the old, dead wood finally breaks," he said, and then he went back to his story. Harlow picked up her pen. She did not feel closure or victory or even pity. She felt the same detached clarity she felt in the police station. A toxic system had finally consumed one of its architects. It was a data point, not a climax. The real story was here, in the dust, in the slow, deliberate poisoning of a land and its people by a different kind of powerful family, one that hid behind corporate filings instead of old stone walls. Weeks later, her article was ready. It was a stark, powerful piece that connected the depleted aquifer to a series of holding companies and ultimately to a multinational agricultural firm. It ran in a major national publication. The day it was published, she received an email from Elias. He was in his first year of law school. His message was brief. "Saw your piece. It's what she would have done. Thank you for continuing the work." Harlow deleted the email. She didn't need his gratitude, just as she didn't need to dwell on Caden's end. The work was its own reward, its own purpose. She packed her bag, gassed up the car, and headed north, following a new tip about a community of fishermen on a great lake who said the water was changing, turning strange and acidic. The road stretched out before her, long and open. She turned up the radio, letting the music fill the car, a temporary, joyful noise against the quiet, patient hum of the next truth waiting to be found. Story 4. The smell was the first thing that registered, a faint, coppery tang that lay over the room like an invisible mist. It was the scent of a handful of old pennies, or the air after a summer lightning strike, a metallic ghost that clung to the back of the throat. It was out of place in the lavish office, a room of rich mahogany and soft green velvet, a room meant for the aroma of fine cigars and leather-bound ledgers. Annabelle Thorne stood in the center of the Persian rug, her hands hanging limp at her sides, and breathed it in. It was the smell of something essential leaking out, something that should have stayed contained. Outside, the rain fell on Chicago in relentless gray sheets, blurring the hard edges of the buildings across the street. The office was on the 14th floor, a testament to how far she had climbed from the soot-stained streets below. She had built Thorne and Company from a single sewing machine in a cold water flat, stitching her future one garment at a time while the city crumbled around her. The Depression had taken everything from so many, but it had given Annabelle a strange, brutal gift. It had shown her the shape of her own spine. She walked to the broad desk, her fingers trailing across its polished surface. There was no dust. There was never any dust. Everything was in its place. The silver letter opener aligned perfectly with the blotter, the fountain pen resting in its cradle. But the air was wrong. The copper scent was a thread, and if she pulled it, the whole tapestry of her life might unravel. Her mind drifted back, not to the beginning, but to a middle point, a day 7 years ago when the frost had glittered on the window panes of the flat on Halsted Street. Alfred had left that morning, his departure as quiet and insignificant as the closing of a door. He had taken his one good suit and his smell of defeat. He did not look back at his two daughters, Caitlin, already tall and sharp-elbowed at 12, and Allison, a wisp of a thing of 7, clutching a threadbare doll. Annabelle had watched him go from the window, her breath making a small, temporary fog on the glass. She felt not heartbreak, but a vast, cold emptiness, a warehouse swept clean and ready for new inventory. That was the day she decided she would never be empty again. The business started with mending, then with simple dresses. Her hands, once soft, grew calloused and strong. She worked by the weak light of a kerosene lamp until her eyes burned. D'Anthony had come into her life like a sudden warm rain. He was a fabric salesman with a smile that could charm the pennies from a dead man's eyes. He saw the fierce, raw talent in her designs, the way she could make cheap cloth look elegant. He provided the capital, the connections. He became her partner in more ways than one, a presence in the quiet, lonely hours of the night, his body a shelter from the relentless pressure of survival. But even with him, there was always a calculation in his eyes, a weighing of her worth. She understood it. In this world, everyone was a commodity. The success, when it came, was swift and startling. Thorne and Company dresses were not just clothing, they were armor for women navigating a man's world. They were sharp lines and confident cuts, and they sold faster than she could produce them. She moved her girls to a fine house on the north side. She filled it with solid furniture and thick carpets. She gave them everything she had never had. For Allison, it was a wonderland. She would run her small hands over the silk of a new dress, her eyes wide with a soft, uncomplicated joy. But for Caitlin, it was never enough. Caitlin, the name was a sharp stone in her mother's heart. The older she grew, the more she seemed to absorb the bitterness Annabelle had fought so hard to leave behind. Caitlin's gratitude was a transaction, her smiles a currency she spent sparingly. She wanted the business not as an inheritance, but as a prize. She would sit in this very office, her legs crossed, her gaze cool and appraising. "You have built an empire on other people's backs, Mother," she once said, her voice as smooth as the desk's mahogany. "I suppose I should admire it, but empires are not built to be admired from a distance. They are built to be ruled." Annabelle's thoughts were broken by a sound, a soft, rhythmic drip from the adjoining private washroom. It was a small, maddening percussion beneath the drumming of the rain. She walked to the door and pushed it open. The room was tiled in white and black, gleaming and sterile. A single drop of water gathered at the tip of the chrome faucet, swelled, and fell into the porcelain sink with a clear, distinct plink. She reached out and tightened the handle. The dripping stopped. The silence that rushed in was heavier than before. She returned to the office, the metallic scent seeming to coil tighter in the air. It was then she noticed it, a tiny, dark smudge on the cream-colored rug near the far side of the desk. She knelt, her knees protesting with a quiet pop. She touched the spot. It was dry, a rusty brown fleck, no bigger than a ladybug. She rubbed her fingers together, feeling a faint, gritty texture. It was not ink. She knew the smell of ink. This was the smell in the room. A memory surfaced, unbidden and sharp. Allison, just last week, her face pale and streaked with tears. It was about a man, a boy really, someone from the university. Caitlin had found out, had taken her aside. Annabelle had heard the low murmur of Caitlin's voice from the next room, a sound like stones grinding together. Later, Allison had fled to her mother, sobbing that Caitlin had ruined it, that she had told the boy terrible, twisted lies. She said I was unstable, Mother. She said I had inherited our father's weakness. Why would she do that? Annabelle had soothed her, had told her that Caitlin was only being protective, that the world was full of men who would take advantage of a gentle heart. But she had seen the look in Caitlin's eyes later, a flat, satisfied gleam. It was not protection, it was a territorial marking. Allison's innocence was a mirror that reflected Caitlin's corruption, and Caitlin could not bear it. The door to the office opened without a sound. D'Anthony stood there, his hat in his hands, his hair damp from the rain. His face, usually a mask of easy confidence, was drawn. "Annabelle," he said, "the police are downstairs. They want to talk to you." She rose slowly from the floor, brushing the front of her skirt. "About what?" "It's Allison," he said, and his voice cracked on the name. "She's missing. She didn't come home last night, and they found some of her things near the river." The world tilted, but Annabelle's posture remained ramrod straight. The copper scent seemed to intensify, filling her sinuses, becoming the only thing she could smell. She looked past D'Anthony to the figure of Caitlin who had appeared behind him in the hallway. Caitlin face was a perfect sculpture of concern, her brow delicately furrowed, her lips parted in a silent O of distress. But her eyes, her cold, calculating eyes, met her mother's gaze and held it. There was no grief in them. There was only a challenge. She is a fragile girl, Mother Caitlin said, her voice a low, sympathetic murmur. You've always said so yourself. With Father's blood in her veins, who knows what she might have done. Annabelle did not move. She stood in the center of the room that was her greatest achievement, surrounded by the ghosts of her sacrifices, and she saw the truth with a clarity that was more painful than any physical blow. The war was no longer silent. It had been declared, and the battlefield was the ruin of her own family. The investigation was a slow, grinding torture. The police, polite but relentless, moved through her house and her business like a slow tide. They asked about Allison's state of mind, about her relationships, about the family dynamics. Annabelle answered everything with a brittle composure. She saw the way the detectives looked at Caitlin, how they were disarmed by her performance of the grieving sister. She saw the way D'Anthony's loyalty wavered, his eyes shifting from her to Caitlin as if recalculating the odds. Days turned into a week. The city's newspapers, hungry for a society tragedy, printed veiled hints and lurid speculation. The business, her fortress, began to feel like a gilded cage. The copper smell never left her office. She was certain of it. It had seeped into the very fibers of the rug, the wood of the desk, a permanent stain on her success. One evening, long after the staff had left, she was in the office, going over the books with a desperate, furious energy when she found it. A discrepancy. A small, almost insignificant withdrawal from a discretionary fund, cautioned by both her and D'Anthony, but she had not authorized it. The date was the day before Allison disappeared. The listed purpose was for fabric samples, but the amount was too large, and the vendor was one they had not used in years. She confronted D'Anthony in the empty office. The rain was falling again, a constant companion to their misery. He stood by the window, his back to her, his shoulders slumped. You gave her the money, Annabelle said. It was not a question. He did not turn around. She said it was for you. A surprise. She said you wanted it kept quiet. She was lying. What did she need that much cash for, D'Anthony? He finally turned. His face was haggard, aged a decade in a week. What does it matter now, Annabelle? Allison is gone. The police think that she jumped. Maybe Caitlin was right. Maybe she was too fragile for this world you built. This world I built, Annabelle's voice was a low whip. I built it for them, for her. You built it for you, he whispered. You built it to prove something to a man who left you 20 years ago. You think I didn't know? You think Caitlin doesn't know? We were all just pieces on your board, even Allison, especially Allison. Her goodness was just another one of your assets. The words hung in the copper-tinged air, more damning than any accusation of murder. She stared at him, at this man she had loved, or at least had needed, and saw a stranger. He had chosen his side. He had chosen the victor. The climax came on a night of howling wind. Annabelle had been through Caitlin's room in the house, a place of cold elegance and hidden drawers. She found nothing. But then she remembered the old vanity in Allison's room, the one she had refinished herself when they first moved in. The back of the bottom drawer had a loose panel, a hiding place for a young girl's diary. She pulled the vanity away from the wall, her muscles straining. The small, leather-bound book was there, covered in a fine layer of dust. Her hands trembled as she opened it. The entries were in Allison's looping, graceful script. They were full of light and hope, of her dreams for the future, of her love for her mother, her fear of her sister. And then the final entry, dated the day she vanished. Caitlin came to me today. She was so sweet, so concerned. She said she had found a way for me to get away, to start fresh somewhere Mother's shadow couldn't reach. She gave me money. She said to meet a man at the docks, a captain who would take me to New York, no questions asked. She said it was what Mother would have wanted for me to be free. I am so afraid, but I trust her. She is my sister. Annabelle read the words again and again, the letters blurring before her eyes. It was not a confession of violence, but something far more insidious. It was a map of a betrayal so complete it took her breath away. Caitlin had not pushed Allison into the river. She had handed her a ticket and gently, lovingly guided her to the edge. She took the diary and walked down the grand staircase to the parlor where Caitlin sat, sipping a glass of sherry by the fire. She looked up as Annabelle entered, and her smile was a slow, cruel curve. "Find what you were looking for, Mother." Annabelle threw the diary onto the low table between them. It landed with a soft thud. "You sent her away. You paid to have her taken." Caitlin took a slow sip of her drink. "I set her free. You were smothering her with all your goodness, your sacrifice. She couldn't breathe in this house. She was weak, just like Father. She would have broken eventually. I merely helped her find a more graceful exit." "She is gone, Caitlin. She is dead." "Is she?" Caitlin set her glass down, the crystal clicking precisely against the wood. "The police found no body, only a scarf and a handbag. Perhaps she made it to New York. Perhaps she is living the life she always wanted, away from you, away from me. We will never know, will we? And that is so much worse than knowing, isn't it? The not knowing, it will eat at you forever." Annabelle looked at her daughter, at the beautiful, monstrous creature she had raised in the gilded cage of her own ambition. She saw the utter lack of remorse, the pride in the perfect, invisible crime. There was no evidence, no weapon, no witness. Only this terrible, intimate knowledge that passed between them in the firelight. There was nothing to be done, no arrest to be made. The war was over. Caitlin had won. Annabelle turned and walked out of the room, out of the house, into the cold Chicago night. She walked until her feet were numb, the diary clutched in her hand. She stopped on a bridge overlooking the dark, churning water of the river, the same water that had taken or not taken her youngest child. She opened the book to the last page, to the evidence of her failure, and she tore the pages out one by one. She let the wind take them, white scraps swirling down into the blackness, swallowed without a trace. She returned to the office the next day. The police investigation stalled. D'Anthony left the company and the city a week later. Caitlin took his place at the boardroom table, her position now unchallenged. The business thrived. Life, in its horrible, efficient way, went on. Annabelle sits now in her office, in the chair behind the great mahogany desk. The room is silent but for the relentless ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner. The copper smell is gone, or perhaps she has just grown used to it, the way one grows used to a chronic pain. She does not look at Caitlin when she enters to deliver reports, her steps sure and silent on the Persian rug. She looks past her to the rain-streaked window, to the city that no longer holds any promise. She is a queen in a hollow castle, ruling over a kingdom of ghosts. The mystery of Allison is not a question to be solved, but a permanent state of being, a void at the center of her life. She has lost everything, and she has nothing to show for it but the success that paved the road to this loss. And in the deep, quiet hours when the building is empty and the city's lights are a distant, indifferent glitter, only one sound persists. It is the soft, insistent drip from the washroom faucet, a sound she can never quite fix, a tiny, metronomic heartbeat counting down the rest of her days. Plink, then a pause, plink, a promise that the quiet torment will never ever end. The sound was a needle, each drop a tiny puncture in the silence. She had called the building superintendent twice. He had replaced the washer, tightened the pipes, and given her a look of bewildered apology. It always returned, plink, a pause, plink. It was the only thing that felt honest in the room anymore. Caitlin moved through the world with the serene authority of a natural heir. She did not command, she assumed. The employees, sensing the shift in the tectonic plates of power, now directed their questions and their deference to her. Annabelle's suggestions in meetings were met with polite nods, then sidelined by Caitlin's more decisive, more modern plans. They were expanding into ready-to-wear, a line Caitlin had championed. It was profitable. It was a success that felt like a defeat. One Tuesday, a flat, gray package arrived on Annabelle's desk. There was no return address, only the New York postmark. Her heart, a dormant thing, gave a single hard thump. Her fingers, clumsy and cold, tore at the brown paper. Inside was a simple cardboard box. She lifted the lid. It was a small ceramic figurine of a ballerina, one leg extended, arms held in a graceful arc. The paint was chipped on one slipper, and a hairline crack ran up the back of the leg. Annabelle knew it instantly. It was from a music box Allison had adored as a small child before the money, before the big house. It had broken during the move from the flat on Halsted Street. Allison had cried for an hour. Annabelle had promised to have it fixed, but she never did. There were always more urgent promises to keep. There was no note, nothing, just this broken piece of a forgotten past, sent from the city where Caitlin had said Allison might be living. She could not breathe. The air in the office was thick, syrupy. She clutched the figurine, the sharp edge of the crack digging into her palm. Was it a message from Allison, a proof of life, or was it from Caitlin, a final, exquisite twist of the knife, a reminder that even the past was not safe from her manipulations? The not knowing was a new kind of madness, layered upon the old. She found Caitlin in the design studio, standing over a table of fabric swatches. She did not look up as Annabelle entered. "Did you send this?" Annabelle's voice was a dry rasp. She held out the broken ballerina. Caitlin glanced at it, her expression one of mild, detached curiosity. How sentimental. I haven't seen that in years. She picked up a swatch of emerald silk, holding it to the light. "Why would I send you a piece of junk?" "Perhaps to remind me," Annabelle said, "to show me you can reach her, or that you can make me believe you can." Caitlin finally looked at her, and in her eyes was a flicker of something that was not quite triumph, but something colder. A profound and weary contempt. "You are building your own prison, Mother. I am just the architect. You have the key, but you refuse to use it. You would rather sit in the dark and wonder about the lock than simply walk out." "What is the key?" Annabelle whispered. "Acceptance," Caitlin said, turning back to the silk. "Accept that you lost. Accept that I won. Accept that Allison is gone and that you will never know why or how. The day you do that, this will all stop hurting. Until then," she added, her gaze sweeping over the room, over the empire, "you will hear that drip in every quiet moment for the rest of your life." Annabelle walked back to her office, the figurine heavy in her hand. She stood by the window, watching the people below, tiny and purposeful. She had built all of this from nothing. She had fought for every inch. And now the only battle left was inside her own mind, a war against a ghost and a monster, and she had no weapons left. She opened the window, the cold city air rushing in, a shock against her skin. She looked down at the broken ballerina in her hand, a message of hope or a token of despair. She would never know. That was the point. That was the punishment. She held her hand over the void, the wind whipping at her sleeve. Then slowly she brought her hand back inside. She did not let go. She closed the window, the silence of the office rushing back in, deeper than before. She walked to her desk and placed the chipped ballerina beside the silver letter opener. It was out of place. It was wrong. It was the only true thing left in the room. The drip from the washroom continued its patient, rhythmic count. Plink, a pause, plink. She did not try to stop it anymore. She simply listened. It was the sound of her life now, a slow leak of meaning into an indifferent universe. And she knew, with a certainty that was as solid as the mahogany desk beneath her hands, that it would never, ever end. The ballerina became her secret companion. Its presence was a splinter in the smooth veneer of her days, a tiny, persistent rebellion against the narrative Caitlin had so carefully constructed. She would find herself staring at it during long afternoons, tracing the crack with her fingertip, trying to decipher its origin. Hope was a dangerous, flickering candle in the wind, but she could not bring herself to snuff it out completely. The alternative was Caitlin's victory, absolute and eternal. Weeks bled into months. The ready-to-wear line was a spectacular success, lauded in the society pages. Caitlin's name was now synonymous with the brand. Annabelle S. was a footnote, the reclusive founder. She came to the office out of habit, a ghost haunting her own life. The work was done by others. Her signature was a formality. One afternoon, a young woman from the mailroom brought in the Daily Post. She was new, her face still soft with the hope of the city. She placed the stack on the corner of the desk, her eyes lingering on the chipped ballerina. "That's lovely," she said, her voice gentle. "It looks like it has a story." Annabelle looked up, startled by the human sound in the tomb-like quiet. "It's broken," she said. "Sometimes the broken things are the ones we love the most," the girl said, and then, blushing at her own forwardness, she hurried from the room. The words hung in the air, simple and devastating. Annabelle looked at the figurine with new eyes. It was not a clue to be solved. It was a memory. It was Allison, fragile and beautiful and cracked by the pressures of their world. She had been so busy building a fortress to protect her daughters that she had failed to see she was building it around them. That night she did not go straight home. She instructed her driver to take her to the old neighborhood, to the narrow flat on Halsted Street. It was still there, wedged between a butcher and a shoe repair, the brick darkened by decades of soot. She sat in the car, watching the light in the window of what had been their living room. A young family lived there now. She could see a child's toy truck on the sill. She had been happy there in the chaos and the struggle. She had been whole. The success, the money, the house, it had all been for them, she had told herself. But the girl's words echoed in her mind. She had loved the idea of their future more than she had loved their fragile present. She had been polishing the porcelain instead of holding the child. When she returned to the silent mansion, Caitlin was waiting in the foyer. She had been at a charity gala and was still in her evening gown, a column of icy blue silk. "You're late," Caitlin said, her voice devoid of any real concern. "I was about to have the staff lock up." "I was remembering," Annabelle said, her voice quiet. She did not look at Caitlin, but at the grand staircase, a cascade of polished oak and ambition. "The past is a currency that has no value here, Mother," Caitlin said, turning to go up the stairs. "You of all people should know that." Annabelle watched her go, a queen ascending to her throne, and in that moment the final piece of the terrible puzzle clicked into place. Caitlin was not a monster born in a vacuum. She was a perfect, polished product of her mother's own making. She was the embodiment of Annabelle's driving principle. That sentiment was a weakness and success was the only morality, refined and executed with a ruthlessness Annabelle herself had never quite possessed. The war was not between a good daughter and an evil one. It was between the two halves of herself. Allison was the heart she had neglected. Caitlin was the ambition she had fed, and in the end, the ambition had consumed the heart. She walked into the parlor and poured a single glass of sherry, the same Caitlin drank. She did not sit by the fire. She stood in the center of the vast, cold room and she drank it down. It tasted of nothing. The next morning she went to the office early. She ignored the stack of papers on her desk. She went to the washroom and stood before the sink, listening to the relentless plink, plink, plink. She looked at her reflection in the mirror, at the face of a woman who had conquered a city and lost her soul. Then she did something she had not done in 20 years. She picked up the silver letter opener from her desk, walked to the washroom, and using its sturdy handle, she tapped the faucet once, sharply, just to the side of the base. It was not a repairman's fix. It was a percussive, final adjustment. The dripping stopped. The silence that followed was immense, a physical presence in the room. It was not peaceful. It was the silence of a void, of a clock that had finally stopped ticking. She had silenced the symptom, but the disease was in the walls, in the foundations, in the very air she breathed. She had lived with the sound for so long that its absence was the loudest sound of all. It was the sound of nothing left to wait for, nothing left to fight, nothing left to lose. The quiet torment had not ended. It had simply become complete. The silence pressed in, a heavy velvet curtain falling on a stage where no more lines remained to be spoken. Annabelle stood in the center of the office, waiting for a feeling of victory, of closure. None came. The absence of the drip was just another kind of emptiness. She left the office that day and did not return. There was no dramatic resignation, no final confrontation with Caitlin. She simply stopped going. The business, she knew, was in capable, if soulless, hands. Her own hands felt strangely light, unburdened by the weight of ledgers and decisions. She spent her days in the garden, her fingers digging into the dark soil, tending to roses that had grown wild and thorny in her absence. The physical work was a penance and a solace. One afternoon, her spade struck something hard. She brushed away the dirt and uncovered a small, rusted tin box. Inside, wrapped in wax paper gone brittle with age, was a child-esque drawing. It was a crude but joyful picture of 3 stick figures under a lopsided sun. The words "Mommy, Katie, me" were scrawled in Allison's unsteady hand. Annabelle did not cry. She sat back on her heels, the paper trembling in her earth-stained fingers. This was not a clue or a message. It was not a weapon in her silent war with Caitlin. It was simply a relic of a time when they had been a family, before the gilding had begun. She had buried it herself, she realized, in a moment of sentimental weakness during the garden's first planting, a part of her old life she had intended to forget in pursuit of the new. Caitlin came to see her a week later. She stood on the manicured lawn, a vision in a tailored suit, alien among the unruly blossoms. She did not ask why Annabelle had left. She simply said, "The board has named me CEO." "I know," Annabelle said, not looking up from the rose bush she was pruning. "The brand needs a single, clear vision," Caitlin continued, her tone clinical. "Your presence, even in absence, creates ambiguity." Annabelle finally met her daughter's gaze. "What is it you want, Caitlin? You have it all." "I want you to sign over your remaining shares. A clean break. It's better for the company." And for you, Annabelle thought, to erase the last vestige of the past, the final ghost at the feast. She looked at Caitlin, at the perfect, impenetrable facade, and saw not a monster, but a reflection of her own deepest flaw. She had taught her daughter that love was conditional, that power was safety, and that the past was a shackle. Caitlin had simply learned the lesson too well. "Have your lawyer draw up the papers," Annabelle said, turning back to her roses. She signed them a few days later in the quiet of the garden, using the rusted tin box as a desk. She kept the drawing. She kept the chipped ballerina on her bedside table. She kept the house not as a monument to her success, but as a quiet space to tend her garden and her ghosts. The city moved on. The company, under Caitlin's leadership, became an international empire, its name spoken with respect and a touch of fear. Annabelle read about it in the papers sometimes, the stories feeling like dispatches from a foreign country she had once visited long ago. She never discovered if Allison was alive or dead. The mystery, once a bleeding wound, slowly scarred over, becoming a dull, permanent ache, a part of her anatomy. She had learned to carry it. Some evenings she would sit on the bench by the river, watching the water flow endlessly toward the sea. She no longer looked for answers in its dark currents. She simply watched, a solitary figure accepting the flow of time, the final, quiet surrender to a life lived not in triumph or in tragedy, but in the long, gray aftermath of both. The war was over, and the peace was its own kind of sentence. The river was a slate-gray ribbon under a heavy sky. It was on this bench that she felt closest to something like peace, or perhaps it was just exhaustion. The water held no reflections, only the dim light of the overcast day. She had stopped searching its surface for signs long ago. One Tuesday, a man sat down on the far end of the bench. He was older, his coat worn at the elbows. He didn't look at her, just stared out at the water as she did. They sat in silence for a long time, two strangers sharing a moment of quiet in the city's hum. He spoke without turning his head, his voice rough and low. "You lose someone to that water, you never stop looking." Annabelle's breath caught in her throat. It was the first time anyone had spoken of her vigil as what it was. She did not answer, but her stillness was an answer in itself. "My brother," the man said, a simple, stark offering. 50 years ago this spring, I still come here. The not knowing, it's a hole you can't fill." She nodded slowly, a silent acknowledgement of a shared burden. There was no comfort in his words, only a bleak camaraderie. After another stretch of silence, he stood up, his joints cracking softly. He touched the brim of his hat in a faint gesture of farewell and walked away, disappearing into the park's pathways. She never saw him again, but his words remained. They had stripped the experience of its unique, personal agony and revealed it for what it was, a common human grief. Her loss was not a grand, Shakespearean tragedy. It was a simple, brutal fact, as plain as the water flowing to the sea. When she returned to the house, the air felt different, lighter or perhaps just emptier. She walked past the grand parlor, past the staircase that led to the empty bedrooms and into the kitchen. She made herself a cup of tea and drank it at the small table where the staff used to take their meals. It was enough. The garden was her true home now. She learned the names of the weeds and the insects. She stopped trying to force the roses into perfect, manicured shapes and let them grow as they would, wild and beautiful in their own right. One morning she found a bird's nest tucked deep within the thorny branches of the oldest bush, a messy, intricate construction of twine and grass and hope. She checked it every day, careful not to disturb the 3 speckled eggs inside. Caitlin did not visit again. The transfer of shares had been the final word. Annabelle received a formal, typed letter on company stationery once a year, a summary of the annual report. She read them, then used the thick, expensive paper to light the kindling in the fireplace. The flames consumed the words with a quiet, satisfying hiss. She lived for many more years in that house by the river. She grew old alongside her garden, her hands becoming gnarled like the roots of the ancient oak in the corner. The ache for Allison never left, but it softened, weathered by time into a familiar companion, like the arthritis in her knees. The end, when it came, was on a bright autumn afternoon. She was in the garden, tying back the last of the climbing roses before the winter set in. The air was crisp, the sky a clear, hard blue. She felt a sudden, profound tiredness, not unpleasant, but deep and final. She sat down on the stone bench, the one warmed by the sun, and closed her eyes. She did not see her life flash before her. There were no grand revelations or final apparitions. There was only the feel of the sun on her face, the scent of damp earth and dying leaves, and the distant, rhythmic sound of the river. It was not the drip of a faucet counting down lost time. It was the steady, endless flow of life itself going on without her. And in that moment, it was enough. It was everything. She was found there by the young woman who came to help with the gardening, her body slack but her face peaceful, turned toward the last of the sun's warmth. The police report was brief. An elderly woman, a heart attack, no foul play suspected. The notification to Caitlin was a cold, procedural formality. Caitlin arrived in a black town car, her posture as rigid as the business suit she wore. She stood over her mother's body for a long moment, her expression unreadable. She gave instructions for the body to be taken away, her voice devoid of inflection. She walked through the house, her heels clicking on the polished floors, a sound that seemed to judge the accumulated quiet of the years. She saw the simple bedroom, the worn slippers by the bed, the chipped ballerina on the nightstand. Her gaze lingered on it for only a second before moving on, dismissing it as just another piece of the sentimental clutter she had always despised. The funeral was small, a handful of former business associates and the household staff. Caitlin gave a short, precise eulogy that spoke of drive and legacy, but not of love. She did not cry. She stood by the graveside as the casket was lowered, a solitary figure of impeccable composure, and when the last handful of dirt was thrown, she turned and walked away without a backward glance. The reading of the will held no surprises. The house and its contents, the remaining personal assets, all passed to Caitlin. The lawyer, an old man who had handled Annabelle's affairs for decades, handed Caitlin a small, sealed envelope along with the formal documents. "Your mother asked that I give this to you personally," he said. Caitlin took it with a faint nod and put it in her briefcase unopened. It was weeks later, during a late night at her stark, modern penthouse office, that she found it again. She was clearing out her briefcase, tossing old memos into the shredder, when the plain envelope fell onto her desk. She almost discarded it with the rest, but something, a flicker of the old wariness, made her stop. She slid it open with her silver letter opener. Inside was a single sheet of paper, and folded within it, the Child S drawing from the tin box. The 3 stick figures under the lopsided sun. Mommy, Katie, me. Caitlin S. breath hitched, a tiny, almost imperceptible sound in the silent room. She unfolded the note. Her Mother S. handwriting, once so bold and commanding, was frail and slanted. Caitlin, it began, I have only one thing of value left to give you. It is not the company, it is this. A reminder of a time before I taught you that some things are meant to be broken. I was wrong. I am sorry. Caitlin stared at the words until they blurred. The drawing felt fragile in her hands, a relic from a world she had worked a lifetime to forget. She looked around her office, at the sleek surfaces and the breathtaking view of the city she now owned a significant piece of. It was everything she had ever wanted. It was a perfect, polished shell. A sound escaped her, a sharp, choked gasp that was halfway between a sob and a laugh. She quickly pressed a hand to her mouth, stifling it. She folded the note and the drawing, her movements quick and efficient. She opened the top drawer of her desk, intending to bury them beneath the stacks of important papers to hide this last, unwelcome ghost. But her hand hesitated over the dark emptiness of the drawer. The silence in the room was absolute, a vacuum. And for the first time in her life, Caitlin heard it, not as peace, not as victory, but as a deep, resonating hollowness, an echo of the very drip she had once used as a weapon. It was inside her now. She slowly closed the drawer, leaving the note and the drawing on the polished surface of the desk. They looked small and terribly vulnerable there. She did not look at them again. But she did not put them away. She left them there, a small, crumpled island on the vast sea of dark, polished wood. For days they remained. Her assistants, trained to maintain a pristine environment, glanced at them but knew better than to touch anything on the CEO's desk. The drawing became a silent, unsettling presence in the room, a splash of chaotic, childish color against the monochrome order. She found her eyes drifting to it during long conference calls, the words of her executives fading into a hum as she traced the wobbly lines of the sun. It was not a memory, for she had no memory of the moment it was drawn. It was an artifact, proof of a self that had been systematically dismantled and discarded. A self that was messy, that felt things deeply, that saw her mother as mommy and not as an opponent. One evening, very late, she found herself standing before the large window of her penthouse. The city glittered below, a circuit board of ambition and power, all of it hers to command. She tried to feel the satisfaction she had worked for her entire life. She tried to summon the thrill of the last hostile takeover, the quiet awe in the boardroom when she laid out her ruthless 5-year plan, but the feeling wouldn't come. It was like trying to grasp smoke. The victory felt hollow because the war, she now understood, had been against the wrong enemy. She turned from the window and walked back to her desk. She picked up the drawing. The paper was soft, thin at the creases. She could almost feel the ghost of a small, earnest hand pressing down with a crayon. She thought of her mother in the garden, her own hands stained with earth, tending to something that could not be controlled, only nurtured. She thought of the relentless, quiet drip of the faucet that had been silenced, and the deeper silence that had followed. A strange, unfamiliar impulse stirred within her. It was not a plan, it was not a strategy. It was a faint, almost extinguished flicker of something else. She opened her address book, a digital file of contacts that was a map of her influence. She scrolled past the names of politicians and financiers until she found a different kind of entry. It was for a private investigator, the last in a long line she had hired years ago to find Allison, before she had given up the search as a pointless expense of energy. Her finger hovered over the number. To call would be an admission of failure, of a weakness she had spent a lifetime eradicating. It would be to reopen a wound that had long since scarred over. It would be to acknowledge that her mother's final, fragile apology had found its mark. She looked from the glowing screen of her phone to the fragile paper in her hand. The city slept below her, its lights unwavering, its progress assured. And Caitlin, the queen of all she surveyed, stood utterly alone in the quiet, trapped between the woman she had become and the ghost of the girl she had been, unsure which one of them was more lost. She did not make the call that night. The morning brought a crisis in the Asian markets, and the drawing was carefully, deliberately placed back into the desk drawer. The world of mergers and acquisitions demanded her full attention, and she gave it, the familiar machinery of her mind engaging with a relief that felt like coming home. The incident in her office was filed away as a moment of fatigue, a sentimental lapse. Weeks turned into months. The company acquired a rival firm in a brutal, masterful takeover that was dissected in business schools for years to come. Caitlin was photographed on the cover of magazines, her smile a perfect, untouchable curve. She was at the peak of her power, yet the quiet of her penthouse began to feel different. It was no longer a sanctuary of order, but a vacuum. The memory of the drawing lingered like a faint, persistent scent, a note out of place in a perfectly composed symphony. She found herself taking a different route home one evening, her driver navigating through older, tree-lined streets instead of the gleaming expressways. She had no destination in mind until she saw the familiar iron gates of the old house, shrouded by overgrown hedges. She had not visited since the day her mother died. The property was hers, an asset on a spreadsheet, waiting to be developed or sold. It had been an eyesore, a sentimental drain she had been meaning to address. "Stop here," she said, her voice abrupt. She got out and stood before the gates. The garden was a jungle now, a tangle of dark greens and browns under the twilight sky. The roses had run wild, their thorny canes clutching at the air. She could just make out the stone bench where her mother had been found. It should have looked pathetic, this monument to decay and surrender. But in the fading light, it looked strangely alive, a raw, pulsing heart of green in the manicured neighborhood. She did not go inside. She simply stood there, one hand resting on the cold iron of the gate. She thought of the bird's nest her mother had described, the messy, intricate construction of hope. She thought of the relentless flow of the river, which cared nothing for corporate legacies or personal victories. A profound and simple truth settled over her, as quiet and as final as the dusk. Her mother had not been defeated by the quiet. She had learned to listen to it. And in the end, she had found a different kind of strength, one that Caitlin, for all her power, had never possessed. She got back into the car. "Drive," she instructed. As the city lights began to reappear, she took out her phone. She didn't open her address book. Instead, she typed a name into a public records database, a name she hadn't allowed herself to search for in over a decade. Allison. The results were a list of strangers. It was a futile gesture, she knew. A single search changed nothing. It wouldn't bring anyone back. It wouldn't fix what was broken. But it was a start. It was an acknowledgement that some holes could never be filled, but that one could still choose to stop digging. The car sped on, carrying her back toward her empire of light and steel, but for the first time, Caitlin felt the weight of the silence not as an enemy to be conquered, but as a space, vast and empty and full of possibility. The search yielded nothing, of course. A name without a date of birth, without a location, was a ghost in the machine. She closed the browser window, the brief flicker of purpose extinguished by the cold logic of data. Yet the impulse did not fully die. It migrated. She began taking walks by the river during her lunch hour, a breach of her own inviolable schedule. She did not sit on any benches. She walked, her sharp heels clicking a counter-rhythm to the soft lap of the water. She watched the people who did sit, the old men with their newspapers, the students with their books, the solitary figures staring into the current. She saw her mother in all of them, and for the first time it did not feel like a weakness. Months later, during a board meeting where the agenda was the demolition of the old house to make way for a luxury condominium project, she surprised them all. The projections were flawless, the profit margins exceptional. Every head nodded in anticipation of her approval. "No," Caitlin said. The word hung in the air, clean and absolute. There was a moment of stunned silence. "I'm sorry, Caitlin," said the head of development. "The numbers are." "The project is terminated," she said, her voice leaving no room for debate. "The house is not to be touched. The garden is to be restored and maintained. Find a local horticulturalist, someone who understands heirloom roses." She stood and left the room, the silence behind her not of defeat, but of utter, bewildered shock. She didn't do it for her mother, not exactly. She did it for the messy, tangled, unprofitable beauty of it. She did it for the bird's nest that might one day return to the thorny branches. She never found Allison. She stopped looking, understanding that the search was just another form of control, another attempt to force a resolution on a story that had none. The mystery remained, a quiet, open wound in the history of their family, but it was no longer a weapon. It was simply a fact. The chipped ballerina was moved from her desk drawer to a shelf in her penthouse, where the city lights glinted off its faded porcelain. She didn't look at it often, but she knew it was there. It was a reminder that not everything of value could be acquired, that some things could only be kept fragile and chipped in the quiet spaces one learned to make. And in the long, silent evenings, that was enough. It was more than she had ever allowed herself to have before, years past. The company continued to thrive under her leadership, but its character subtly changed. Caitlin began to divert a small, steady stream of capital into urban greening projects, community gardens that sprouted in the shadow of her glass towers. Her executives were perplexed, but the positive press was undeniable, and she was still ruthless enough in every other aspect of business that they did not question her. It was not philanthropy, not exactly. It was a form of landscaping on a grand scale, a way of imposing a different kind of order on the world. She visited the old house only once a year on the anniversary of her mother's death. She never went inside. She would walk the restored garden paths, now neat but not sterile, allowed a certain respectful wildness. The horticulturalist, a young woman with dirt under her fingernails, would update her on the health of the roses. Caitlin listened, her hands clasped behind her back, her expression unreadable. She was looking for something, though she could not have said what. A sign, perhaps. A final message in the tangled growth. On one such visit, she noticed a sapling oak, no taller than her knee, growing near the stone bench. It was a volunteer, sprung from a fallen acorn of the great tree. The gardener moved to pull it out, calling it a weed. Caitlin stopped her. "Let it be," she said. Her voice, for once, held no sharp edges. It was simply a statement. She stood for a long time looking at the young tree, its leaves still soft and new. It was not a replacement for what was lost. It was something new, growing in the space that loss had created. The river sound was a constant murmur in the background, a rhythm that held no urgency, only continuity. She felt a strange, quiet peace. It was not happiness. It was not victory. It was an acceptance, a final laying down of arms in a war that had, she now saw, only ever had one combatant. She turned and walked back to her car, back to her life of power and polished surfaces, but she carried the image of the sapling with her, a small green anchor in the vast and shifting sea of her existence. The following spring, a storm of unusual ferocity lashed the city. Caitlin watched from her penthouse as lightning fractured the sky, illuminating the frantic sway of the trees in the new park below. She thought of the sapling oak exposed on that riverbank. The thought was a quiet, persistent tug, entirely separate from the corporate concerns that usually occupied her mind. The next morning, she canceled her first meeting and had her driver take her to the house. She found the young tree battered but intact, its leaves torn but its slender trunk still firmly rooted. The ground around it was soft and saturated. Without thinking, Caitlin knelt, her expensive trousers soaking in the wet earth. She used her hands to press the soil back around the base of the sapling, firming its hold on the world. The dirt felt cold and real under her fingernails. It was the first time she had touched the earth in that garden since she was a child. She did not brush the dirt away as she stood. She walked back to the car with the dark soil a stark stain on her skin and clothes. Her driver said nothing, his eyes fixed ahead. As they pulled away, Caitlin looked back at the house one last time. She knew then she would not return. The garden no longer needed her guardianship. It had its own rhythm, its own resilience. It would endure with or without her. Back in her office, she finally opened the bottom drawer of her desk, the one that held the relics. She took out the note and the drawing. She did not reread the words. She simply placed the drawing into a simple frame and set it on a bookshelf between volumes of corporate law and economic theory. The chipped ballerina she placed beside it. They were no longer hidden, nor were they prominently displayed. They were just there, part of the landscape of her life. She never became the woman her mother was in the end, nor did she revert to the girl she had been. She was something else, a hybrid of both, forged in the silent spaces between their two opposing lives. She continued to run her empire with a steady hand, but the hollow echo was gone, replaced by the low, constant hum of the river, a sound she now carried within her. It was the sound of things continuing, of life, in all its messy and unprofitable beauty, simply going on. Story 5. The line between the sterile white of the ceiling and the gray shadow clinging to the upper walls was not sharp. It was a blur, a slow bleed of one into the other, and for a long time that was all Austin knew. His world was this division, this uncertain boundary above him. He was inside. He knew that much from the smell of antiseptic and the faint, rhythmic beeping that seemed to originate from his own body. But the outside was a void, a blank space in his mind that began just beyond the moment he had woken up. His name was Austin. He was a professor. Of what he wasn't sure. The knowledge was there, a sunken city beneath the murky waters of his consciousness, but he could not yet map its streets. A young woman in a white coat entered the room, her movements efficient and quiet. She checked the monitors, her fingers cool and precise on his wrist. Her name tag read Dr. Alicia Voss. "You have been in an accident," she said, her voice low and calm. "Do you remember anything?" Austin tried to speak, but his throat was a desert. He shook his head, a minute gesture that sent a dull throb through his skull. "You have a concussion, some bruised ribs. The physical trauma is minor. The memory loss is what concerns us. It could be psychogenic, stress-related." He managed a whisper. "How long?" "You were found 3 days ago. We have no record of the accident itself. A jogger found you in the park near the university." She looked at him, her gaze steady, analytical, yet he detected a flicker of something else. Concern, perhaps, or a shared unease. "There was something in your coat pocket." She reached into the deep pocket of her lab coat and produced a small, flat object wrapped in a soft cloth. She unfolded the cloth to reveal a polished obsidian disc, no larger than a watch face. Carved into its dark, glassy surface was an intricate, spiraling pattern. It felt cold and ancient in his palm. "Do you recognize this?" He stared at the spirals, the interlocking lines. They meant nothing to him, and yet everything. A pressure built behind his eyes, a symbol. The words surfaced in his mind, clear and definite. "I am a professor of symbology." Alicia nodded slowly, as if she had been waiting for this. "That's what your university ID said. Dr. Austin Locke, Department of Comparative Symbology." Just then the door opened again. 2 men in dark, impeccably tailored suits stood there. They did not look like hospital administrators. They moved into the room with a quiet authority that displaced the air, their presence immediately shrinking the space. "Dr. Locke," said the taller one. His face was a mask of polite neutrality. "I am Agent Miller. This is Agent Cross. We ray with the National Security Agency. We need to ask you a few questions about your work." Austin's hand closed around the obsidian disc. A cold dread, formless and instinctual, seeped into him. "My work. I don't remember my work." The agent's smile was thin and did not reach his eyes. "We understand you suffered a trauma. Perhaps we can help jog your memory. There was a project you were consulting on, a matter of some urgency." Alicia stepped forward, a subtle movement that placed her slightly between Austin and the men. He in no condition for an interrogation. "This isn't an interrogation, Doctor," the second agent, Cross, said. His voice was softer, more dangerous. "It's a matter of public safety." He looked at Austin. "We believe you were in possession of something, a key, a a formula, something a man named Cesar was very interested in. The name Cesar landed in the quiet room like a shard of glass. It meant nothing to Austin, and yet it triggered a visceral reaction, a tightening in his gut. He shook his head again. I don't know that name. The agents exchanged a glance. Miller leaned in closer. Think, Professor, your amnesia is a luxury we cannot afford. Cesar is a visionary, they say. A brilliant biochemist who went rogue. He believes humanity is a plague. He has developed a delivery system, aerosolized, highly contagious. And he lacks only the final component, the viral payload itself. We have reason to believe you know where it is, or what it is. The words hung in the air, their implication vast and terrifying. A biological weapon, global catastrophe. The blurred line on the ceiling seemed to pulse, the boundary between his safe, amnesiac present and the horrific, forgotten past dissolving completely. I need to rest, Austin said, his voice firmer than he expected. The agent straightened. Of course, Miller said, we'll be right outside to ensure your safety. When they left, the room felt colder. Alicia's face was pale. She looked at the door, then back at Austin. Her earlier professional detachment was gone, replaced by a sharp, focused fear. They were not NSA, she whispered. How do you know? Their shoes, government issue, but not American. The cut of the suits is European, and their watch bands, thick leather. I've seen them before, on men who came to see a patient last year. A diplomat. He died of a sudden, unexplained illness the next day. Austin felt the obsidian disc digging into his palm. Who are they? I don't know, but you're not safe here. She moved quickly to the window, looking down at the parking lot. There's another car, dark sedan, no plates. They race surrounding the floor. She turned to him, her decision made. We have to go now. The escape was a blur of hushed movements and stark terror. Alicia disabled his monitor with a practiced flick of a switch. She helped him into a pair of scrubs, his body protesting with every movement. They slipped out a service entrance used for linen collection, the smell of stale laundry and bleach thick in the air. The stairwell was a concrete vortex, their footsteps echoing like gunshots in the hollow space. He moved on legs that felt foreign, his mind a frantic, empty chamber where only one thing was clear: run. They emerged into the damp chill of a city night. The air was a shock, smelling of wet asphalt and exhaust. Alicia hustled him into a small, nondescript car parked in a Dr. S spot. As she pulled out of the lot, Austin saw the two men in dark suits running from the hospital's main entrance, their figures receding in the rearview mirror. Where are we going? He asked, his breath fogging the window. Somewhere you can think, she said, her eyes fixed on the road. You need to remember, Austin, everything depends on it. She drove them to her apartment, a small, book-lined studio that smelled of coffee and old paper. It was a sanctuary, a temporary bubble of calm. On her kitchen table, under the warm glow of a single lamp, Austin laid the obsidian disc. He stared at the spiral, his mind reaching for a connection that would not come. It's a labyrinth, he murmured, but not the cretin kind. This is different. The pattern it's based on a geometric principle, a Fibonacci sequence. He looked up at Alicia, a spark igniting in the darkness of his memory. Dante. In La Divina Commedia, the path to salvation is a spiral, a descent into hell and an ascent to paradise. He describes the universe itself as a series of concentric spheres. This isn't just a symbol, it's a map. A map to what? To what Cesar is looking for, to what I was trying to stop. He stood up, a surge of adrenaline overpowering his physical weakness. The final component. It's not a formula in a lab book, it's a thing, a physical thing, an ancient pathogen, perhaps, preserved. He believes he is saving the world by culling it. He sees himself as a righteous judge, a new Minos at the gates of hell. How do you know all this? Alicia asked, her voice filled with awe and fear. The pieces are coming back, flashes, arguments, a man with intense, feverish eyes. Cesar, he was my colleague once. We studied the intersection of myth and science. He became obsessed with the idea of a great filter, a necessary cleansing extinction. He thought he found his tool in the old texts, a legend of a sorrow locked away by the Medici, a biological agent so potent they dared not use it, only hide it. They encoded its location, using the work of the greatest poet of their age. He picked up the obsidian disc. This is the first clue, the spiral. It points to the beginning of the journey. The first gate, it points to Florence. The journey became a descent into a waking dream, a race through cities that were themselves vast, open-air museums of symbols. In Florence, under the immense terracotta-tiled dome of the cathedral, Austin found the next clue not in a book, but in the architecture itself. He stood at the center of the floor, directly beneath Brunelleschi's magnificent cupola, and looked up. The fresco of the Last Judgment swirled above him, a chaos of damned and saved. But his eyes were drawn to the pattern of the marble inlay on the floor beneath his feet, a series of concentric rings. He knelt, ignoring the stares of tourists. Here, he whispered to Alicia, tracing the lines with his finger. The labyrinth, but look at the orientation. The path doesn't lead to the center. It leads off-axis toward that pillar. The pillar was plain, unadorned marble, but at its base, almost worn away by centuries of footsteps, was a small, carved insignia. A bee, the symbol of the Barberini family who had later popes with Medici ties. Pressing a specific sequence of tiles on the floor, a sequence derived from the number of cantos in Dante's Inferno, produced a faint, almost imperceptible click. A narrow section of the pillar's base slid sideways, revealing a hollow space. Inside was a small bronze key, green with age. Tied to it was a fragment of parchment with a single, elegantly scripted word, Venezia. They were being hunted. The men in dark suits were always a half step behind, their presence a cold pressure at the back of Austin's neck. In Venice, the chase turned lethal. The city was a waterlogged maze, its beauty sinister under a blanket of fog that muffled all sound. The clue led them to the Doge's palace, to a specific cell in the prison, the one from which Casanova was said to have escaped. Scratched into the stone wall, hidden behind a loose brick, was a complex astrological chart. "It is not a chart of the stars," Austin said, his voice a hushed echo in the damp cell. "It is a map of the city. The canals are the negative space. The stars are the Via de Pazzo, the wellheads." He correlated the chart with a historical map of the city's cisterns, his mind making connections with a speed that felt both alien and innate. The path leads to a sealed cistern beneath a private palazzo on the Grand Canal. Breaking in was a nightmare of shadows and lapping water. The palazzo was empty, owned by a shell corporation. In the cavernous, flooded cellar, the water black and cold, they found a rusted iron box chained to a central pillar. As Austin worked on the lock with the bronze key from Florence, a figure emerged from the darkness. It was Agent Cross, his gun a dull gleam in the faint light. "The key, Professor, and the box. You have served your purpose." "Who are you?" Alicia demanded, her voice shaking. "We are the custodians," Cross said, "an organization older than any government. We do not control history, we shepherd it. Sometimes a pruning is necessary for the health of the garden. Cesar's weapon is that pruning hook. We are here to ensure he receives it." Austin understood then. The custodians were not trying to stop Cesar. They were using him, guiding him, using Austin's own knowledge as their bloodhound. His amnesia, the accident, it was all a manipulation, a way to reset him, to make him a clean slate through which their clues could be read without his own moral interference. He threw the box into the water. As Cross fired, the shot echoing like a thunderclap in the stone chamber, Alicia shoved the man off balance. He stumbled into the dark water. Austin dove after the box, the freezing water closing over his head. He found it, and with the last of his strength, he and Alicia fought their way out through a submerged passage, emerging into a side canal gasping and bleeding, the box clutched in Austin's hand. Inside, wrapped in oilcloth, was a small lead crystal vial sealed with wax and a final, larger piece of parchment. It was a detailed drawing of the interior of the Hagia Sophia in Istanbul. A specific point in the upper gallery was marked with a perfect, tiny spiral. Istanbul was the endgame. The air was thick with the call to prayer and the scent of spices and exhaust. The Hagia Sophia was a universe under a single dome, a monumental space where Christian mosaics and Islamic calligraphy existed in a tense, beautiful harmony. They moved through the crowds, the weight of the crystal vial a terrible burden in Austin's pocket. In the upper gallery, in a dim corner overlooking the nave, they found him, Cesar. He looked older than the flashes of memory, his face gaunt, his eyes burning with a messianic fire. He was not alone. Two of the custodians flanked him, Miller among them. "Austin," Cesar said, his voice warm, almost paternal. "You found it. You always were the best of us, the true scholar." "This is madness," Cesar, Austin said, his own memory now fully restored, a flood of shared research, of heated debates, of a friendship shattered by fanaticism. "You cannot unleash this. You will not save the world. You will end it." "The world is already ending, Austin, slowly, by its own hand. I am merely offering a swift, merciful conclusion, a reset, a chance for something new to grow from the ashes. The sorrow is not a weapon of war, it is a sacrament." The custodians watched, their faces impassive. They were the facilitators, the midwives of apocalypse. Miller gave a slight nod. The transaction was complete. Alicia, acting on an instinct born of sheer desperation, did not try to reason or fight. She took the crystal vial from Austin's pocket, and before anyone could react, she hurled it over the marble balustrade. It spun, a tiny, glittering star, down into the vast space of the mosque below, shattering on the ancient stone floor with a sound that was lost in the cavernous echoes. For a moment there was absolute silence. Cesar stared, his face a mask of utter devastation, as if she had not shattered a vial but a holy relic. Then a sound escaped him, a low, animal moan of loss. The custodian simply turned and walked away, melting into the crowd. Their asset was gone. The game was over. The authorities found them there, Interpol, Turkish police. Cesar was taken without a struggle, a broken man whispering in Latin. Austin and Alicia were debriefed for days. They were heroes. They had saved the world. Weeks later, they were in a safe house, a quiet apartment in a city that did not matter. The official report was a masterpiece of omission. It spoke of a lone, deranged scientist and a plot successfully thwarted. There was no mention of the custodians, no mention of the labyrinthine trail through art and history. The world had been saved from a threat it never knew existed. Austin sat by the window, watching the rain streak the glass. The line between the water on the outside and the dry air inside was perfectly clear, yet it felt more illusory than ever. He had his memory back, but he felt more lost than when he had woken up in the hospital. He had looked into the abyss of a planned extinction, and he had seen the calm, rational faces of the men who thought it was not only possible, but necessary. Alicia brought him a cup of tea. "It's over, Austin." "Is it?" he asked, his voice quiet. They were still out there, the custodians. They believed in Cesar's cause. They wanted this to happen. They have resources we can imagine. They have patience. This was just one plot, one potential sorrow. What about the others? What else is locked away in the world's secret places, waiting for the right key? He looked at her, his eyes haunted by the knowledge he now carried. "We stopped Cesar, but we didn't stop the idea. The idea is the real pathogen, and it is still out there, replicating in the dark." He fell silent, turning back to the window, to the blurred world beyond the glass. The final truth of the case was not in the official report, not in the captured villain, but in the quiet, chilling understanding that now lived inside him. A testimony that would never be fully heard, a confession that would never be spoken, the case forever hanging on the precipice of a whisper. He took the cup from her, the warmth a small anchor in the chilling vastness of his thoughts. The steam carried the scent of chamomile. a simple, earthly comfort that felt alien to him now. His mind was a library of horrors, every shelf stocked with the knowledge of how fragile the world truly was. "They gave us new identities," Alicia said, sitting opposite him. "The paperwork is being processed. We can go anywhere." "Anywhere," he repeated, the word tasting like ash. He looked around the sterile, safe house. It was a gilded cage, its bars made of lies and bureaucratic gratitude. They think we ray a liability, or they think we ray fools who believe their story. "What choice do we have?" "A choice," Austin said, his gaze sharpening, focusing on her. "We have the one choice they never accounted for. We remember, not just the case, but the method, the pattern. We know how they think. We know the language they speak. The language of symbols, of history, of hidden paths." He stood up, a new energy, dark and purposeful, replacing his despondency. He went to the small desk and took out a blank sheet of paper and a pen. He began to draw, not the spirals of the obsidian disc, but a network of lines, connecting points. The custodians didn't just appear for Cesar. They have been doing this for centuries. Guiding, pruning, shepherding, they are a system, and every system has a design, a signature. "What are you doing?" Alicia asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am starting a new project," he said, his pen moving with a scholar-esque precision, a comparative symbology of the enemy. "We have names: Miller, Cross. We have their mannerisms, their watch bands, their shoes. We have the locations they used: Florence, Venice, Istanbul. These are not random, they are nodes. We start there. We look for the anomalies in the historical record, the quiet acquisitions, the unexplained deaths of diplomats. We follow the money, but more importantly, we follow the art. We follow the symbols." He looked up, and for the first time since the Hagia Sophia, there was no haunted shadow in his eyes, only a cold, clear light. "You ask me where we are going. We are not going anywhere to hide. We are going to war, a quiet war. A war fought in archives and archaeological sites, in the marginalia of ancient texts and the provenance of private collections." Alicia stared at him, and he could see the conflict in her face, the fear of a life forever on the run, warring with the fierce, protective anger that had made her throw the vial. She had saved the world once by an act of impulse. What he was proposing was a lifetime of deliberate, dangerous purpose. "They will be watching us," she said. "Let them watch," Austin replied. They believed their greatest threat was neutralized when the sorrow shattered on the floor. "They don't understand that they created a new one. They forced me to remember who I am. Dr. Austin Locke, Department of Comparative Symbology. And I am going to use my expertise to deconstruct them piece by piece until their entire edifice of influence crumbles into dust." He finished his drawing. It was a rough, nascent thing, a spiderweb of connections with a single, stark question mark at its center. It was not a map to a hidden treasure, but the first draft of a weapon, a key to a different kind of lock. The rain continued to fall outside, but Austin was no longer looking at the blurred line on the window. He was looking through it into a world that was now a vast, open text, and he had just begun to read the first terrible chapter. The case was not over. It had simply changed its name. He slid the paper across the table to her. "This is our new labyrinth, and we are the only ones who know the way in." Alicia studied the web of lines. Her finger traced a path from Istanbul back to Florence. "They have resources, they have patience, we have this, and each other." "It's not enough," he agreed, "but it's a start. We need to disappear, but not in the way our handlers expect. We need to become ghosts with a purpose. We need to build a network, find others who have seen the cracks in the world and are willing to look deeper." Their first move was a test of the system that now protected them. Using the secure channel provided by their Interpol liaison, they requested a relocation to London, citing its museums and libraries as a place where Austin could, ostensibly, return to quiet academic life. The request was granted. The apartment they were given was in Bloomsbury, a stone's throw from the British Museum. It felt like a cruel joke or a subtle taunt. On their first day, they walked through the museum's grand halls. It was no longer a place of wonder, but a hunting ground. Every exhibit, every artifact was a potential message, a possible signpost for the custodian's designs. Austin stood before the Rosetta Stone, its 3 scripts a testament to the universality of decoding secrets. "They ray here," he murmured to Alicia, "not in person, but in the acquisitions, the donations, the flow of objects. This entire place is a ledger of their influence." That night in their new flat, he began his work in earnest. He started a digital ledger of his own, encrypted and scattered across servers he could not trace. He cataloged every detail he could recall about Miller and Cross, every phrase they had used, every artifact they had pursued. He cross-referenced the symbols from the case with known historical societies, with corporate logos, with the insignias of forgotten noble families. Weeks turned into months. Austin published a bland, academic paper on Florentine architectural symbolism, a piece designed to be ignored. Buried within its footnotes was a single, anomalous reference to the Barberini Bee, linked not to papal history, but to a specific, obscure shipping company registered in Luxembourg. It was a hook cast into deep water. The bite came from an unexpected direction. An email arrived in a temporary account, its header a string of meaningless characters. The body contained only a single line, a quote from Dante's Paradiso, "The love that moves the sun and the other stars." Austin's heart hammered against his ribs. It was a recognition, a countersign. He showed it to Alicia. "It's a trap," she said immediately. "Or an invitation," he countered. "We can do this alone. We need allies on the inside, someone who knows the labyrinth from the other side." He spent 3 days crafting a reply, a single line from the same canto, but altered by a single word, turning a statement of divine love into one of human fallibility. He sent it and waited. The meeting was set for the reading room of the London Library. Austin sat at a carved wooden desk, the air smelling of old leather and dust. He felt a presence before he saw anyone, a shift in the quiet atmosphere. A woman slipped into the chair opposite him. She was elderly, elegant, with sharp, intelligent eyes that held no warmth. She placed a book on the table between them. It was a first edition of Shelley's Prometheus Unbound. "You changed the verse," she said, her voice a dry rustle. "An interesting choice. It suggests you understand the price of defiance." "Who are you?" Austin asked. "We are the ones who remember the sorrows," she said, "not just the one you broke. There have been others, there will be more. The custodians are not a monolith. There are factions. Some of us believe their shepherding has become a butchery." She pushed the book toward him. Inside the hollowed-out pages rested a single, yellowed photograph. It showed a group of men and women standing on the steps of the British Museum, dated 1923. He recognized one of the younger men instantly, despite the old-fashioned suit and the grainy quality. It was Miller. "Your work is clumsy, but the intuition is sound," the woman said. "You are looking for a pattern. We have pieces of the pattern, but time is short. They are already initiating a new protocol. A new potential sorrow has been identified. They call it the calm." She stood, her movements fluid and silent. "Keep the book. Burn this account. We will find you again when you are ready." Then she was gone, leaving behind the scent of lavender and a chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. Austin looked down at the photograph, at the ageless face of his enemy, and knew that the woman was right. The first skirmish of his quiet war was over. The real battle, a conflict waged in the shadows of history, had just begun. He closed the hollowed book, the weight of the photograph inside feeling heavier than lead. Alicia was waiting at a cafe 2 blocks away. When he sat down and slid the book across the table, her face paled. She listened in silence as he recounted the woman's words. "The calm," she repeated, "it sounds so peaceful." "The most dangerous threats always do," Austin said. "We have a name now, a target, but we ray blind. We don't know what it is, where it is, or how it works." "But we have a lead," she said, tapping the book. "We have them, this faction. They reached out to you. that means we have something they need. Or we are a useful distraction, he countered, a stick to poke the beehive while they steal the honey. We can trust them, not fully. They spent the next 48 hours in a fugue of research. The shipping company linked to the Barberini bee was a dead end, a Russian doll of shell corporations. The photograph yielded more. The other people in the 1923 picture were a mix of academics, industrialists, and one surprisingly high-ranking member of the British diplomatic corps. All were long dead, but their legacies, their foundations, their endowed university chairs were very much alive. We were not just fighting a secret society, Alicia said, her eyes wide from staring at the screen. We were fighting an inheritance, a dynasty of influence. It was Austin who found the thread, a tiny, almost invisible pull in the vast tapestry. One of the men in the photograph, a philologist named Alistair Finch, had a great-granddaughter who was a contemporary art curator in Berlin. Her most recent exhibition was titled The Geometry of Silence. The promotional poster featured a stark, minimalist rendering of a spiral. "It's too obvious," Alicia said. "It's a lure." "Maybe," Austin replied, "but we have to decide if we're going to bite. We can stay here waiting for a ghost to contact us. We have to move." They used their official channels to report a need for a research trip to Berlin, a flimsy excuse that was approved with bewildering ease. It confirmed Austin's suspicion. They were being allowed to run on a very long leash. They landed at Tegel under a gray sky, the city feeling both modern and haunted. The gallery was in a converted warehouse in Mitt, all polished concrete and soaring glass. The curator, Ilara Finch, was a woman in her 40s with severe black glasses and a guarded demeanor. She showed no recognition when Austin introduced himself under his new identity, but her eyes lingered on Alicia for a fraction of a second too long. The exhibition was a collection of abstract works exploring themes of emptiness and peace. It was cold, unsettling art. As they were about to leave, Ilara approached them, holding a small catalog. "I think you might find the essays in this enlightening," she said, her voice carefully neutral, particularly the one on the pre-war Blau-Reiter group. There is a little-known connection to architectural theory. Back in their hotel room, Austin tore the catalog apart. There was no hidden message, no microdot. He flipped to the essay she had mentioned. It was a dry, academic text, but in the margin, next to a paragraph discussing a forgotten artist's manifesto, someone had drawn a very small, very precise symbol in light pencil. It was a bee. He looked at Alicia, a grim smile on his face. "It's not a lure, it's a test, and we just passed." The instructions, when they came, were not delivered by a mysterious stranger. They were embedded in a series of seemingly benign social media posts from an account belonging to a dead poet. The posts, when the timestamps and first words of each line were deciphered, gave a time, a location, and a single, chilling phrase. "The calm is not a weapon, it is a place." The location was an abandoned weather station in the Harz Mountains. That night, as their train sped south through the dark German countryside, Austin stared at his reflection in the window. His own face was superimposed over the passing shadows of trees and hills. He had spent his life deciphering the messages of the dead. Now he was caught in a conversation with the living, a dialogue of whispers and secrets that would determine the future of the world. The woman in the library had been wrong. They were not ready, and they never would be, but they were going anyway. The weather station was a skeletal ruin of rusted metal and shattered glass, clawing at a sky dense with stars. The air was thin and cold, carrying the scent of pine and decay. They found the entrance to the lower level hidden behind a collapsed chain-link fence, a concrete stairwell descending into the mountain's granite heart. The door at the bottom was modern, reinforced steel and utterly out of place. It was unlocked. "This is it," Alicia whispered, her breath misting in the frigid air. Her hand found his, and her grip was tight. Austin pushed the door open. The space beyond was not a dusty bunker, but a clean, white-walled laboratory, humming with the low thrum of hidden generators. It was deserted, yet it felt intensely occupied. Banks of servers lined one wall, their status lights blinking in a silent, rhythmic code. In the center of the room stood a single pedestal. On it rested an object that made Austin's blood run cold. It was a sphere of a material that seemed to be both crystal and smoke, about the size of a human head. Within its depths, lights pulsed with a slow, steady rhythm, like a sleeping heart. There were no wires, no controls, it simply was. "The calm," he said, the word hanging in the sterile air. Alicia took a step closer. "What does it do?" Before he could answer, a calm, cultured voice echoed from behind them. "It does nothing, and that is its genius." They turned. A man stood in the doorway, flanked by two others. He was younger than Miller, with a sharp, analytical face and eyes that held no malice, only a profound and unsettling certainty. He wore a simple, dark suit, devoid of any insignia. "Dr. Locke, Miss Chen," the man said. "I am Dr. Eris Thorne. We have been anticipating your arrival. Your progress has been remarkably efficient." "Where is Alara Finch?" Austin demanded. "A necessary facilitator," Thorne said with a dismissive wave of his hand. "She played her part, as did the faction that contacted you. Their sentimental opposition provided the perfect pressure to guide you here. You have not been hunting us, Dr. Locke. We have been fishing, and you are the catch." "You wanted us to find this," Alicia gestured to the sphere. "We wanted you to see it," Thorne corrected, "to understand. The sorrow was a crude instrument, a scythe. This is a balm, a corrective. It emits a resonant frequency keyed to a specific neurotransmitter cluster in the human brain. It does not kill, it does not maim, it simply stills. It ends ambition, it quells aggression, it pacifies the human spirit, permanently." "You are going to turn everyone into zombies," Alicia breathed, horror-struck. Thorne smiled, a thin, bloodless expression. "We are going to turn humanity into caretakers. We will end war and greed and the frantic, destructive expansion that is choking this planet. The age of fire is over. The age of the calm is beginning. And you two will be our first volunteers, a test of the system and a guarantee of your silence." The two men behind him started forward. Austin and Alicia backed away, but the room was a dead end. "You can control it," Austin said, his mind racing, searching for a flaw, a weakness in the man's logic. "Resonance requires a carrier, a medium. You can broadcast this." Thorne's smile widened. "Can we? The initial pulse will be delivered through the global telecommunications network, a single, silent command embedded in the next satellite update. A whisper that will echo in every mind on Earth. After that, the sphere's local field will be sufficient to maintain the state. It is self-perpetuating." One of the men grabbed Alicia's arm. She struggled, but his grip was like iron. Austin lunged, but the second man intercepted him, driving a fist into his stomach. He doubled over, gasping. "It is a kinder world," Thorne said, watching dispassionately as they were forced toward the pulsating sphere. "A sustainable world. You should be proud. Your persistence has allowed us to accelerate the timeline." As they were shoved to their knees before the pedestal, the sphere's light seemed to brighten, its rhythm quickening in anticipation. Austin looked into its swirling depths, not at the technology, but at the symbol it represented. It was the ultimate expression of the custodian philosophy, order imposed through absolute control, the shepherding of humanity into a docile, manageable herd. This was the idea he had feared made manifest, and he had walked right into its heart. He met Alicia's terrified eyes. They had no weapons, no plan, no hope of outside help. They had only the knowledge of what was about to be lost forever, the frantic, beautiful, chaotic noise of the human soul. He clenched his jaw, a desperate, final thought forming. They had stopped one sorrow by breaking its physical form. But how do you break an idea that is already in the air, a tune waiting to be played? The sphere pulsed, and the world held its breath. The light from the sphere was not a glare, but an absorption, a nullification of shadow. It filled Austin's vision, not as a brightness, but as an erasure. He could feel a strange pressure building behind his eyes, a seductive whisper at the edge of his consciousness that urged him to let go, to simply be, to stop fighting. Alicia's hand, still clutching his, began to go slack. His mind, trained to deconstruct meaning, fought against the soothing tide. Thorn's words echoed, a resonant frequency, a carrier wave, the telecommunications network. It was a symbol, a message to be broadcast, and every message, no matter how perfect, has a flaw in its transmission. He focused past the light, past the promise of peace, to the physical object itself. The pedestal was a simple column of metal. The sphere sat upon it, inert and seamless, but the hum in the room came from the servers, from the generators. The sphere was the instrument, but this room was the amplifier. It needed this place, this infrastructure, to initiate its global command. With a grunt of effort, Austin wrenched his body sideways, throwing his weight against the man holding Alicia. The guard was strong, but the move was unexpected. He stumbled, his grip loosening for a crucial second. "Alicia now," Austin shouted, his voice raw. Alicia didn't hesitate. She didn't go for the guard or for Thorn. She scrambled on her hands and knees, not away from the sphere, but toward the bank of servers along the wall. She reached up, her fingers searching blindly behind the cold metal casing, finding what she was looking for, a thick bundle of cables. Thorn's dispassionate facade cracked. "Stop her." The guard who had been holding Austin recovered and lunged for Alicia. Austin tackled him low, sending them both crashing to the polished concrete floor. He felt a sharp pain in his ribs, but held on. Alicia pulled with all her might. The cables, stiff and heavy, resisted, then tore free from their connectors in a shower of sparks. The hum of the servers stuttered, then died. The blinking lights on the panels went dark. For a moment, nothing happened. The sphere continued to pulse, its internal light unchanged, a self-contained heart. Thorn laughed, a dry, brittle sound, a futile gesture. The comm is charged, the signal is prepared. It requires only the final trigger, which can be administered from any one of a dozen backup sites. You have accomplished nothing but your own painful end. But Austin was looking at the sphere. Without the room's constant power feeding it, was it his imagination, or was the rhythm of its light becoming just a fraction more erratic? It was not a machine. It was a symbiotic artifact like the sorrow. It drew energy, context from its environment. "It's not a transmitter," Thorn, Austin said, pushing himself to his feet. "It's a resonator. It needs a specific kind of harmony. You built this room as its tuning fork." He turned from Thorn, and before anyone could stop him, he ran not for the door, but for the pedestal. He didn't try to smash the sphere. He knew its material would be impervious. Instead, he put his shoulder down and shoved against the metal pedestal with all the strength he had left. It was heavier than it looked, bolted to the floor. It groaned, tilted, and then with a shriek of tearing metal, it toppled. The sphere struck the concrete floor. The sound was not a crash, but a dissonant chime, a note so wrong it felt like a physical blow. The pulsating light within the sphere flared violently, a silent scream of disrupted symmetry. Then it imploded, not into shards, but into a fine gray dust that settled like ash on the floor. The silence that followed was absolute. The pressure in Austin's head vanished. The whispering calm was gone, replaced by the ringing in his ears and the cold, hard reality of the room. Thorn stared at the pile of dust, his face a mask of utter disbelief. "You have no idea what you have done, the chaos you have preserved." "We have a very good idea," Alicia said, standing by the dead servers, her chest heaving. The two guards looked uncertain, their purpose extinguished along with the sphere. Thorn seemed to shrink, the certainty draining from him, leaving only a hollow man. Austin walked over to the pile of dust that had been the calm. He knelt, not in reverence but in confirmation. He had deconstructed it, not with a key but with a hammer. It was a crude solution, but it was a start. He looked at Alicia and saw the same fierce, chaotic light in her eyes. The world was still loud and angry and beautiful. They had bought it another day. Now Alicia said, her voice steady, "You are going to tell us about those backup sites." The drive back to Berlin was a silent, tense affair. Thorn, now a prisoner of his own failed design, sat in the back of the rented car, his hands bound with a zip tie. He offered no resistance, only a numb, defeated silence. The two guards had been left behind in the mountains, locked in the powerless bunker with a story that would brand them as madmen if they ever told it. They took Thorn to a safe house, a nondescript apartment in Nuke LLN that smelled of stale cigarette smoke and old coffee. Alicia secured him to a sturdy chair in the middle of the bare living room while Austin swept for listening devices. The paranoia was now a professional necessity. "The calm is gone," Austin began, standing before Thorn, "but the idea isn't. You said there were backup sites." Thorn lifted his head, a flicker of his old arrogance returning. "There are, and protocols. You have delayed the inevitable, not prevented it. Miller will simply initiate from another location. The calm was one instrument, the orchestra remains." "Then you are going to give us the conductor's name," Alicia said, her voice cold. "All of them, every site, every protocol." "You misunderstand the nature of our organization," Thorn said, a faint smile touching his lips. "We are not a hierarchy with a central leader. We are a consensus, a pattern of influence. You cannot cut off the head because there is no single head. Miller is a facilitator, not a king." Austin Langdon close, his face inches from Thorn-S, the woman in the library. "The one who gave me the photograph. Who is she?" "A sentimentalist," Thorn spat. "A faction that believes humanity should be allowed to stumble on, to make its own mistakes, even if those mistakes lead to self-annihilation. They call themselves the Echo. They believe in preserving the noise. We have been in a cold war with them for a century. You are their newest pawn." The name landed with the weight of truth. The Echo, it fit. They weren't trying to win the war. They were trying to keep the conversation going. "Where is Miller now?" Austin pressed. Thorn's smile was genuine this time. "Close. He was always close. He wanted to witness the dawn. He will be most interested to learn of your continued vitality." A cold knot tightened in Austin's stomach. They had not been fishing. They had been herding. They had led him here to Thorn, to a demonstration of their power, all under the watchful eyes of the Echo. He and Alicia were the point of collision between two ancient, shadowy forces. Their only value was as a disruptive element. The door to the apartment exploded inwards in a splintering crash. Alicia dropped into a crouch, but the figures that stormed in were not Thorn's custodians. They moved with a fluid, military precision, clad in dark, unmarked tactical gear. They ignored Austin and Alicia completely. Two of them went straight to Thorn. One placed a device against his neck. There was a soft hiss, and Thorn's eyes rolled back in his head as he fell unconscious. The other produced a hypodermic needle and injected a clear liquid into his arm. "Hey!" Austin yelled, stepping forward. A third operative turned, raising a hand. His face was obscured by a helmet, but his voice was calm and authoritative. "Stand down, Dr. Locke. We are the cleanup crew. Your work here is done." "The Echo," Alicia said, rising slowly. The operative gave a curt nod. "This asset," he gestured to the unconscious Thorn, "has a limited shelf life. His knowledge will be extracted. You have our gratitude. You have unbalanced the board." "What happens now?" Austin asked, his mind reeling from the speed of it all. "Now you disappear," the operative said, as his colleagues efficiently bundled Thorn into a body bag. "You have been marked by both sides. Your old lives are forfeit. We will provide new documentation, new identities. Use them. Go to ground. We will contact you when the pattern requires your particular talents again." "And if we refuse?" Alicia challenged. The operative looked at her, and for a moment, Austin saw a flicker of something like pity in his eyes. Then you will be dead within the week. The custodians do not forgive failure, and they now consider you the primary cause of theirs. Within 60 seconds, they were gone, taking Eris Thorne and the shattered door with them. The apartment was silent again, save for the distant sound of Berlin traffic. They were left standing in the empty room, the scent of lavender from the library long gone, replaced by the acrid smell of breacher charges and a future that had just narrowed to a single, desperate choice: run or die. Austin looked at Alicia. There was no fear in her eyes now, only a hardened resolve. They were pawns who had just taken a queen. The game was far from over. It was just their turn to move. The new passports felt flimsy and alien in Austin's hands. The names Karl Vogel and Lena Schmidt were blandly generic. The photos a passable likeness if you didn't look too closely. The Echo's efficiency was terrifying. They had been deposited at a different safe house, this one stocked with canned food, cash, and a single encrypted laptop. We can just become their weapons, Alicia said, staring at the blank screen of the computer. We run, but we run our way. And what is our way? Austin asked, tossing the passports onto a bare mattress. We don't have resources. We don't have a network. All we have is a target on our backs and a head full of secrets that could get us killed. We have each other, she replied, her voice low and fierce. And we have the one thing they don't expect. What is that? We know we ray pawns. That means we can see the whole board, not just our square. For 3 days they did nothing but research. The laptop, when activated, provided a narrow, filtered gateway to the world. News reports made no mention of events in the Harz Mountains or a missing scientist. The world was blissfully, loudly, chaotically unaware of how close it had come to eternal silence. Austin's focus returned to the original puzzle, the sorrow, the calm. They were two sides of the same coin, two different answers to the same question of human destiny. The custodians wanted to prune the tree. The Echo wanted to let it grow wild even if it choked itself, but both groups believed they were the gardeners. He found it buried in an obscure academic server, a fragment of a decommissioned database. It was a shipping manifest from 1943, listing items transferred from a university in Strasbourg to a private research facility outside of Dresden. Among the listed items was a crate designated only as Der Schlüssel, the key. It wasn't a weapon, it wasn't a cure. The calm was a lock, the sorrow was the key meant to fit it. One to silence, the other to what? To open what? Alicia was looking over his shoulder. It has a control mechanism, she whispered. The sorrow wasn't just a weapon of mass death, it was a scalpel. It was designed to clear the board, to create a blank slate. The calm was meant to then shape what came after, a two-step process. But the key was lost, Austin finished. The custodians had to proceed with only the second half of their plan. A permanent, global sedation instead of a targeted reset. They were interrupted by a soft chime from the laptop. A single line of text appeared in the center of the screen, green on black. Pattern shift detected. Miller is mobilizing. Location, Cairo. Intercept and observe, ASSETS en route. A moment later, a new window opened, displaying flight itineraries for Karl and Lena Vogel to Egypt, leaving from Tegel Airport in 4 hours. They looked at each other. The choice was no longer theoretical. The Echo was putting them back on the board. We don't observe, Austin said, closing the laptop with a definitive snap. We don't intercept for them. Then what do we do? Alicia asked. We find the key first, Austin said. We find it and we break it. We don't let the custodians have their reset, and we don't let the Echo use us to maintain their Cold War. We end the game. The air in the safe house was thick with the dust of a dead world, but between them a new purpose was taking root. They were not Karl and Lena, they were Austin and Alicia. And they were done following the rules written by invisible hands. They gathered the cash and the passports. They would take the flight, but they would vanish the moment they touched down in Cairo. They would become ghosts hunting a ghost, two whispers lost in the global noise they had fought so hard to preserve.